Apologies from Nina and Jonathan. So, Barry, you've been promoted.
He has, but I'm going to jump in
You're
first.
going to take over, Karen? Yeah. All right. It's all yours. Cheers. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, me Bernie. Good afternoon, everybody. And today we are in the third of our activity discussions. This brings us to an end of our activity discussions and is also a bridge into the next few workshops where it will change from receiving a lot of information to working with it and really shaping up the issues and options for consultation. So today, for the first part, we will continue as we have recently. We'll provide an overview of the Three Waters activity and the different components of planning and budgeting to date that have been presented through that activity management plan. The second topic this afternoon is information services, and we are bringing that to you because it's a capital spend and there's an increase in our budget, so we wish to highlight that with you. For both, we seek your direction on any further refinement required prior to bringing the overall activity budgets back to you in 2 weeks' time, and to show how zero-based budgeting has been implemented. So following on from that, questions are, would you like any further changes made to the draft AMPs and budgets? Do you agree with the proposed funding approaches? And seeking your guidance on direction if you do not agree with what the direction proposed. Again, we are firmly in that do section of the triangle, seeking your ideas, feedback, direction and guidance. And as we have been of the last 2 workshops, working on effectively a quarter of the long-term plan, another big section. So today, I'll just hand over to Monique as we head into our activities.
Afternoon, everyone. They say things happen in threes, and we have 3 of our most senior Three Waters staff out today. We've got Daniel online who has that bug that starts with C, and Craig Hiddleston, our Three Waters asset manager, is unfortunately still on extended sick leave, and Rob is dealing with some family stuff. And so Tony, who leads our capital program, I think yesterday I might have appointed him acting GM infrastructure when Daniel sent me a picture of his COVID test, and Barry, who's been stepping in as our acting Three Waters manager. Daniel's going to lead the presentation, but Tony and Barry are also going to actively support, and I know that they've got parts to lead as well. We still wanted to continue with today. There was a should we wait a week until Daniel's back, and it was like, no, we need to keep going. So Daniel will be leading from online. I'll hand over to you now, Dan. Are you talking, Daniel? Because we can't hear you. Clint, can you say something so then we can just establish whether it's...
I think it might be Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel, you're the problem.
I'm sure that's not the first time he's been told that.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, let's carry on. If I can ask, good afternoon, everyone. If I could ask you just to flick through the slides, I'm just going to do a bit of a scene setter around some of the work that's been undertaken over the last 12 months, and particularly around the long-term plan amendment and how that's really set the context for the work that's proposed under the long-term plan. So if we could just flick through to the next slide, please. I think you're well familiar with this one. You've seen it a number of times. Next slide, please. Along with an overview of Three Waters, I'm sort of leading in today with an expectation. There's a pretty good awareness around the water, wastewater and stormwater supply. Next slide, please. I suppose further to that though, in terms of context, we've been over the last 12 months dealing with a lot of uncertainty around the Three Waters reform, but we've had to really continue on a day-to-day managing an asset that needs to provide a level of service 365 days of the year. And we certainly got a mandate under the long-term plan amendment to look at further capital investment, so $75 million over the next 10 years. That set about a process for us to effectively up our delivery staff. So in terms of capacity of internal staff, 12 months ago, we were sitting around about 50% vacancies within the infrastructure team. Within that rebuilding process, we're down to around about 30% currently, and that's certainly evident in terms of the outputs from some of the team that we've managed to achieve our capital work program last year, and we're tracking well on track for delivery this year. And alongside that, the operational staff have been doing a lot of work, which I'll let Barry talk to shortly, around a zero-based budget that didn't just start as part of a long-term plan process. We've been in that process over the last 12 months, and it will continue for another 6 months as we work alongside our alliance partners. So critical to that is obviously resourcing with contractors. A lot of work's being focused on, if we are to deliver this work program, ensuring that we've got local capacity and relationships with contractors. And then further to that, around resourcing for iwi partnerships as we look to some of the larger, longer term projects, be it Podes Road Reservoir, the POP upgrades for wastewater irrigation. There's a whole lot of work that we're needing to advance alongside our iwi partners in advance of consenting processes. So that's been a key focus over the last 6 to 12 months, alongside the direction from LTPA for the rollout of water meters. And there's a paper coming to council looking like December for that. And that's actually brought us some time to and you'll see that reflected in some of the capital work program that Tony will talk to. Further and critical to that is the development of our master plans for live-in water treatment plant and waste plant. So that's that 30-year long-term plan to allow for growth. And having that long-term plan allows us to make really good operational decisions in the short term around investments in the likes of a digester at the wastewater treatment plant, or further work around clarifiers at the water plant. So having a long-term plan allows us to make good short-term decisions. Further to that, a lot of work happening around the renewals and growth program. So over the next 6 months, you'll likely see a lot more discussion around the council table of the trade-off between investment and renewals and the bow wave of deferred renewals versus investment in treatment plants. And some of that will be stimulated when we start to set borrowings and loan agreements as part of the long-term plan. And then further to that is the importance of coordinating the district-wide capacity with growth planning. So it's not just about live-in, it's actually about ensuring we plan for growth across Fox and Waitariri and the like. So that's really been a key part of the focus, and that direction set in the long-term plan will take a number of years to actually implement. And so it isn't proposed as part of the long-term plan proper to go and do a massive relook or bring forward a number of other consultation topics. It's really around updating with information gathered over the last 12 months in terms of budget limits across different activities. That has been the key focus for long-term plan. Next slide, please. So when we talk operations, that's keeping the water running, that's keeping the waste flowing, dealing with flooding and storm events. When we started this year, we struck the rates in June of this year for the long-term plan amendment. But by that point, we had a really good insight on the costs that were incurred over the last 3 years. And we sat down with our alliance delivery partner and identified a quite significant deficit in terms of their budget total outturn cost at the end of the year versus the rates funded budget that sat within the long-term plan. So there was something in the order of $1 to $1.5 million, and I won't run through all of the details here because you can read that on screen. But when we start to present some of the work that's happened to date in terms of the zero-based budgeting process and the savings that we've made that are built into the budgets for this long-term plan. You'll quite soon see some of the work the team's done to try and control those costs. We'll also share some of the detail around how we've built budget in to allow for certain costs. But then when we get to the end of the presentation on OPEX today, we're going to talk to some of the risks around that zero-based approach, that the budgets that currently sit within the 21 or 23% rates increase have been trimmed right back to exclude significant wet weather events or even minor ones that start to incur extra costs for chemicals to treat our water supplies. They exclude the big pipe bursts that could happen today, tomorrow, next week, and a number of other almost unforeseen type activities, along with some of the expected additional costs for chemical increases. So how we manage those, really, there's a number of options and we'll talk to those, but it comes down to whether we factor in an allowance early in the piece or we acknowledge that we enter into the 24-25 financial year with a likelihood that we're going to incur additional costs. So we're not coming here today to disclose a significant cost savings opportunity. The team have done a lot of work to cap that budget to where it sits today, and what we are presenting is the risk to that. Next slide, please, and I might hand over to Barry at this point.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So as Dan was talking about, then we identified some areas in OPEX where we've been spending a lot of money over the last few years, and we've made some changes, done some work to try and address those. Tokamuru water treatment plant, whenever we had a rain event, the plant would shut off and we'd tank of water into that site. We've done some work around the valving and pipe work on that site, and now we've alleviated that. So we're anticipating saving about 100k a year. At the Levin water treatment plant, the active flow unit is the clarifier there. We've had issues there with sand consumption. Last year, I believe, the cost was up around 300 to 400k for the year. We've done a lot of work with the chemical dosing side, just a lot of investigation work, and we've managed to tie it down to the actual sand provided by the manufacturer. We've been using that new sand for about 3 weeks, and we seem to have cut the sand usage in half in that time. So that's a brilliant outcome for us. We should have some really good savings going forward this year. The gas boiler at the wastewater treatment plant, this is kind of traced back to the digester work as well. But while we were having the digester overhauled last year, we were running primarily on natural gas. One digester was not producing enough sewer gas to drive the sewer gas boiler. Also, it's become very unreliable. So the guys in the operations team were tending to use the natural gas a lot just to make sure that digester didn't fail. We've done some work on that, and we plan to buy a new boiler within the next 2 months, but we've cut the gas cost down there substantially, or the gas usage substantially down. The cost is probably going to remain quite high because the gas costs themselves have gone up. The CCTV budgets, they were all in the OPEX budgets last year, and we believe they should be set in the CapEx budgets for renewals work. So that was up to 250,000 last year in there, so that's come out of the OPEX budget. The new pump station at Horowhenua Ave, that's been put in to obviously reduce the flooding in Horowhenua there. That was kind of a roading alliance project. The assumptions for 2024 onwards. We negotiate the top with the alliance every year, and we cut that back substantially this year. So that's a kind of a big risk for us in the new year. Those negotiations around that. The alliance contract review. I believe the alliance contract is up next July, and there are some decisions that need to be made around that, which could impact our OPEX costs. The 30% reduction in energy at the pot, George, our resident project manager, is doing a project there to change the pumping equipment there, and we believe after that, by May, we should have a 30% reduction in energy there. So that'll be a great outcome for us. On the flip side, there's an increase in the irrigation fields out at the pot, and we believe there will be an increase in cost associated with the maintenance of the sprinklers and just general upkeep on the site, the vegetation control, etc. The increase in chemical cost, apart from fluoride, chemical costs have gone up substantially this year, and we can't see them coming down. Obviously, I know there was a ruling in the court yesterday, but if the fluoride does go ahead, then that's another consumable we'll have to pay for. The implementation of the IPS asset management software, we've had this software suite for years, but we just haven't used it properly. So all of our planned maintenance and scheduled maintenance will be driven out of IPS Hansen going forward from early next year. So we really expect an increase in OpEx costs around that, with the maintaining the equipment how it should be maintained. It's a bit of a false economy, really, not maintain everything as it should be. Eventually it fails, as we're seeing right now. And we obviously need that buy-in from the Horowhenua Alliance to deliver on our budgets too. So there's that goodwill between us. There's some tension sometimes, but it's working around those tensions and getting the best result for everyone.
Can I just ask a question?
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Team, that second last bullet, implementation of IPS asset management software. So is that just for Three Waters, or is that across the business in terms of asset management? And presumably that bullet, how you described it, means that once we're using that software and it's informing us, it's like going to tell us things like maintenance schedules, or that it's a pump, so therefore it needs certain things that need to be replaced after 5 years or whatever. So is it just better informing decision making?
Yeah, it will be just in the Three Waters space. And exactly as you said, you will get your cost of ownership. You buy a Grundfos pump or a WPS pump, whatever. You'll see which one's actually costing you the money over the years. So then that will inform your buying choices going forward. We will be doing all of our evaluations in there. All of our asset updates will be done in there too. So one of the issues we've had is aligning our cost to our asset register, for a better word. So what we're going to drive going forward is retention payments. So we will not, in the claim, we won't be paying the full claim until all of our assets have been updated and the appropriate information has been received by us. Yeah, so that's the driver for it for us.
Cool.
Just one of the just to chime in here, one of the key messages around the slide is that a zero-based budget isn't just a click of the fingers and we magically have a lot of comfort around a particular budget, that there's moving pieces across a live system with contracts in place, but also the variabilities of weather events and the maintenance of our assets. And so the work we've been doing, and we use the term TOC, and that's the in relation to a contract we have with the Horowhenua Alliance, and that's been running since 2017. And it gets reviewed year on year in terms of, we sit down on the 1st of July each year, and based on the last 3 years of expenditure, we forecast how much we think the cost for the year is going to be. And the previous slide, we talked about that $1 to $1.5 million overspend that we, at the start of this year, we're forecasting a total outturn cost upwards of $7 million. And so through the work we've done with our alliance partner to pull some of the direct procurement back in-house, to really bottom out some of the risk appetite around weather events, we've got that down to match the council budget of $6.3 million for this year in operational maintenance. And a little bit of a side note, we are tracking below that currently. So there's a potential, if the fine weather continues and we don't have any unforeseen events, that we, for this financial year, will come in under that budget. But the key point that we're trying to raise on this slide and on the next one is that when we start to rebuild that TOC in the new year, And so the plan is to have these budgets in April rather than in July, so that when we go to set the rates, we've actually built in the budget for the first year of the long-term plan and subsequent 2 years based off the work that we do with our alliance team. But what we're expecting is that when we start to look at more proactive maintenance driven by the asset management system and by the input from our operations team, we expect that that's going to start to drive costs up. And at the moment, we're in a very much reactive space, and we acknowledge that we could be investing further to achieve a more balanced management of our asset. And part of that's been driven by an evidence of what's happened this year, that we've just had to cut back to achieve the set budget. And it's certainly been a familiar theme in historic years that we've often had to set a budget limit for that Three Waters investment at the time of setting rates. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have a background of evidence around that, and we'll be able to come back to council with the data and analysis on where the investment level should be, and that will then drive options around whether we factor that into early budgets or phase it in over time, and the risks associated with not investing. Might take questions on that if there was any around the TOC and the way that we structure our maintenance budgets.
Dan, Bernie here. Just a question around unforeseen events. Have we ever budgeted for those previously? So we're not doing anything different from what we've done in the past, really, are we? And if we do see some unforeseen events, where does that come from? It just gets added to the operating deficit, does it?
It gets added to the operating deficit, and I think we could say yes. It's no different to what we've done in the past. But if we start to pick up some of the big number increases in the next few slides when we talk about per activity, what you see is we've actually, by virtue of the zero-based process and a lot more detailed investigation that Barry and the team are doing with our alliance team, we've released a lot of that, additional, built-in allowance for for those unforeseen events that sat within the TOC. So year on year, as we see all these big increases in power costs and interest rates, etc., we're continuing to absorb those within that and hold that arbitrary limit, even though we're seeing increased costs. So we can only do that to a certain point, and where we are today, having much more information than we had 12 months ago, we can confidently speak to what's not included and some of the risks around and likelihood of those events happening based on previous history. So we've got a couple of slides coming up shortly that will talk about what's not included. But in simple terms, the answer to your question is yes. If we don't allow for it, which the current budget and the proposed rate increase hasn't allowed for some of these unforeseens, it will sit as an operational deficit, which we're trying to avoid certainly this financial year in question and into the future. So it's allowed for in rates, or we allow for the risk as a deficit. That's in simple terms.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks.
Barry, are you happy to speak to the next slide to keep us moving, if there's no more questions?
I think it was the one after that, Daniel.
Okay, yeah, I can lead that off. So if we, by activity, so this slide here, it's still being worked through. So there's further updates coming around some of our internal charges and depreciation. So there's some finer tweaks that obviously, as a collective business, you'll see come back when we start to talk rates increase, that are picking up all of council. But for the topic of conversation, and really just to highlight where the key movers are in terms of change from last year to the proposed year moving forward, we'll just speak through the next 6 slides at a stormwater level firstly. So next slide, please. So in terms of stormwater, we're not forecasting any income changes. We are forecasting a 240k reduction in maintenance costs. So this is almost a 30% reduction in maintenance costs. And what this is doing is we're saying based on a zero budget approach, we'll remove all that allowance for additional pumping and weather events. And if
Daniel, did you press it? Did you press a button? Because we can't hear you.
Okay, I'll just carry on until Dan comes back online. So yeah, as Dan was saying, we've gone through the budget lines with a fine tooth comb really, and we've removed any of that reactive stuff which hasn't been spent so far this year. But obviously, if we did have a weather event, then there's there's the reactive pumping cost associated with that. Some of that money as well, I believe, was being coded to the stormwater, but it was wastewater and stormwater, and we've cleaned that out with the alliance as well, and so the cost is in the appropriate cost code. The 60k emission and other expenses for insurance and rates, that will be updated for you guys. That was a genuine omission when we were going through the budgets. That is the rates and the insurance costs. Dan was going to speak about the depreciation and interest years across that. Are you okay if I just go to the next slide until he comes back on?
Can I just ask one question about the 240 reduction? Because presumably Okarito and the issues in that northeast live-in corner contributor, not across just this OPEX line, but roading as well in terms of unexpected cost.
Yeah.
And so with the possible solutions coming there and the work that's been done with Coldy Pond and all that kind of stuff, presumably a big chunk of that, there'll actually be a big chunk of savings actually realised. So this isn't just taking it out of the budget, but actually
there should be actual savings. Yeah, exactly. No.
Yeah, sorry. It's unexpected.
We have particular problem areas which have been addressing, and as we address them, those costs should come down.
Daniel, do you want to test to see whether we can hear you? We can see you, Dan. We just can't hear you.
hear me now?
Yeah, we got
Yes,
you.
we can.
All right. So key message from this slide is we've trimmed back the maintenance costs as far as possible, noting there's an omission which will be picked up in the final version around insurance and rates costs. So what we're saying is there's actually another 60k to go back in on top of what's already been removed from this version that you can see. But the key movers in this space are depreciation and interest rate costs, which is a familiar theme throughout the long-term plan. Next slide, please. We could probably skip past that one as well, which is that water summary. In this space, we're seeing a forecast of 100k increase in user charges. So that's really just down to nominal type increases in water metering and standard fees and charges. There's 400k in the better off funding for a rural haul scheme, but that's met on the other side of the ledger with a 400k cost for maintenance, so it's effectively a neutral. There is some further work to do to put 50k back in around the grants for the Maturanga Māori scholarships and also the rates and consent, so that's another 80k that needs to go back into the expense side of the ledger. And then once again, the increase in utilities, depreciation, and interest rate costs are significant. So across the board, there's a challenge in that space. Next slide, please. Next. Wastewater.
Daniel, sorry, can you just go back to that previous slide? I just want to understand the figures in that 24-25 LTP versus 23-24 LTP8. Is that the difference between the two?
Yes, the difference between the two. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want. Cheers.
Yeah, if we look at down to the maintenance, what we're predicting is that the current full year budget for long-term plan in LTPR was 3.2 million. So that's effectively where a lot of the control happens, that we can reduce those costs. What we're predicting is that there's a 200k reduction in those costs for the long-term plan moving forward. So although we're seeing increases in other areas, the cost to actually run that service and maintain that asset has been reduced, and that in some ways is where our challenge sits, that we're trying to offset these overall increases to hold a value in that contract, when we know once we go through that full asset management review, that's likely going to drive us to put further investment in.
Get an answer phone too.
Yeah, we're the kids when you need them, eh? Next slide, please. So just really summarising that, it's a 180k reduction in maintenance costs. There is an omission of 210 that needs to be added back in around insurance rates and consenting costs, but we're being hit with close on $1 million worth of utilities, depreciation and interest costs across that activity. Next slide, please.
Daniel, feel free to go answer your phone if you need.
Yeah, I'll let Barry, I'll let you jump back in and talk to this one. Thank you.
So yeah, managing the risk of zero-based budget. The random event, we want to ring fence $500,000 for those weather events. That's the money we have taken out of our budgets to bring them down to, as low as we can get them, we believe. But obviously, if it starts raining, we have a big pipe blowout, then we're going to blow some of those budgets out, and we just want the council to be aware of that. Main operational costs. Further increases in chemical and energy costs. Both of those we have no control over, and to be quite honest, we don't even know what they are. I believe the energy costs are going to rise significantly this year, and no doubt chemical costs will go up substantially too. The area resource and management easements and agreements. I'd rather let Dan talk to that when he comes back online. He's crossed that better than me. But I'll just go through the other ones at the moment. The planned and scheduled maintenance programs will be expanded as per the IPS asset management system. The risk of additional changes to wastewater legislation, we believe Tamata ROI there will be a lot more stricter monitoring and standards we will have to meet in the very, very near future. The monitoring costs associated with the resource consents. That tends to be a bit of an unknown that we are doing a lot of work to get on top, so we can predict those costs coming through. That I'll let Dan speak to that, but it seems to be a bit of a legacy issue with contracts and stuff like that. But then I'll let Dan speak to that. He's across that better than me, but there is definitely an issue with us, is those resource consent costs coming through.
Yeah, so we are going to be working over the next 4 months around a rebuild of our maintenance costs. So that will throw up the expected increases. It would also uncover any further savings, but we're wanting to send a really clear message today that by the time we get to June next year and strike the rates, we're confident that we will have bottomed out a number of these areas and have more certainty, but we're not expecting to be disclosing further savings. So if there was direction to be provided today from elected members in terms of the operational budgets only, it would be how we go away and best tailor the risk appetite, both for those random events, but also to manage those increasing maintenance costs that we just simply don't have the capacity within the zero-based budget to manage those moving forward. So historically, if there was some unders and overs, we could within the activity absorb some of these costs, but the approach that we've taken this long-term plan to really trim those out, which is evident in the fact that across the Three Waters activity, there's actually a reduction in operational maintenance costs when you remove all the other externalities. It's around how do we plan for and manage those random events. So it would be good to get some guidance around the council table today for those two discrete types of activities, the random event, but also in terms of the mounting operational costs that by the time we get to June next year, we will have some more certainty in some of these. Should we build them in now? Should we look at a phase-in to defer maintenance further, and what risk does that come with? So that would probably be a separate briefing to council. Or do we go down the process of allowing ourselves to set a zero base and know that if there's a deficit, then that will end up being loan funded, not rates funded. So if we were happy to open up to the table at this point, it would be helpful to set some direction as we go through and refine our budgets in the coming month.
May I just jump in regards to I guess we've talked a lot about potentials and in regards to a potential contingency fund that might, when we get to the conversations on the 29th, one of the options that we'll be putting to you is, would it make good sense to either rates fund or debt, hopefully rates fund, some level of contingency across the organisation so that if there are unforeseen events that do come, then we're able, or we've pre-planned for those, and if they don't eventuate, then we can start to build up a reserve. So we've done that in the sense of the emergency management for the 200,000 based on the insurance savings, but we could look to do that more broadly across the organisation as well.
Yeah, and that's a good discussion to have too. Thanks, Jacinta. In terms of the weather events thing, we've got a mayoral relief fund, Bernie, and I just wonder if maybe there's an opportunity to factor that in as a source of funding, whether that would be appropriate specifically for the force majeure, is it, Sammy, whatever that's called?
We would need to declare an emergency, so in circumstances like that. So, I mean, it wouldn't be appropriate to use it just for maintenance purposes, I wouldn't have thought.
I think it's fair to say that this ring fencing 500 is about essentially creating a consolidated pot of money to use for these unexpected events, rather than having some contingency inside specific activities, right? And so this could be supplemented by that fund that you just talked about, Jacinta, but this is around, either we provision it ahead of time and collect it through rates, or you run the risk that you go through a whole year and not use any of it, but then if you do have a year where you use it, it's just going to be debt funded. So it's a kind of a choice for the table around, do you want to take that more reactive approach, or do we want to essentially have a consolidated contingency fund that if we don't use it, it kind of rolls over and we build up that reserve fund. So yeah, that's the choice, really. I think. Confirm me if I'm wrong.
No, yes. Hang on, yeah.
Yeah, I think the other thing to remember is that oftentimes these aren't, to the community, big emergencies. If we do get an extended period of wet weather and turbidity in the river, we need to start dosing additional chlorine to meet our treatment standards, and it just simply takes an extended period of weather to start to see additional usage in that space. And what we have done with the budgets is we've really capped it at such a low level that there's not a lot of capacity to manage those events, or the likes of a pipe burst in the middle of town, which historically we've had one of those, and it was upwards of $100,000. So yeah, obviously the team would, on a day-to-day and week-to-week, do their best to manage the unders and overs within that contract and within our budgets. But it's really an early signal that the zero-based approach is, to try and meet that, the limit set. We've really trimmed it out as far as possible. So we're not coming here today to disclose potential operational savings. We're saying we've built it in. Is there an appetite to leave it there, or do we want to actually add back in further capacity to manage some of these unforeseen events? So that could be done as a set pot for larger events, or we could actually build some of that back into our operational budgets. But yeah, that was the really direction being sought today.
So Dan, can I just clarify? It's so it's out at the moment, and so essentially this is a decision about whether to include it a line or not. And secondly, so I'll come back to another thing. So
yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I think it for me it makes sense to at least have it as a option line inside the spreadsheet that's going to come soon, so we can see the impact. And I know that's coming soon so that we can turn the button on and off to see what it has an impact in terms of rates. But it's essentially a 1% rates increase on its own at 500 grand. And so there's also a question around how is it funded and how is it split? Because is it split equally distributed across all SUIPs, or is it only those SUIPs that have reticulated services, or like, so there's a question mark around actually how that's actually distributed.
Yeah, or if it would be simpler to build it back into the budget. Yeah.
But based on, I guess, the trends or what we've experienced in the last couple of years, I'd imagine there would be the odd event going forward. And ring fencing, not like I'm open to it, but essentially what you're doing is, say, chopping 240,000 out of stormwater and adding it over here in a way. Because what I find is, or my observation, and this is just public opinion, this is how I'd see it if I was a person out there. It's very unfortunate that we have to pay an extra, 370 in interest, where you get nothing for it, and you cut 240 off maintenance, which is real work on the ground that people can benefit from. So that frustrates me, but obviously interest is out of our control. So give or take, I'm open to this. I'm more sceptical about having a contingency organisation wide, because that means something goes wrong at Te Takere and you can use it, or something goes wrong, and whereas infrastructure to me, and like saving people from floods and all the rest of it's far more important, and as a primary focus, and then other things are over and above, which we can deal with it as it comes. I wouldn't like to see this rated contingency organisation wide, but I'll be open to receiving whatever you provide, but that's kind of comparing that with that. I'm more open to this.
Yeah, and the reason we have excluded it to have this conversation is that we get on the weekly surprise event that just comes out of nowhere. A couple of weeks ago, it was the pipe burst down at Horowhenua on the state highway, so we were ringing Wellington to try and get traffic control up. We're arranging a water tanker to go down to the Horowhenua school that morning to supply the kids with water. It turned out to be a lesser of an event than initially thought, but those things come up on a regular basis, and it's very hard to set a zero budget for those, because more often than not, they're just things that we don't expect. So we can go away and do some thinking about how we could build that back into a budget line item, but we just wanted to have that conversation up front that, if we're going to budget for these events, we actually don't know what they are. It does almost become a Three Waters contingency fund, that can be used and can be managed. So it's, it'd sit within the normal rating process. It wouldn't be separate to that and council wide, in our eyes anyway. But it's just disclosing the fact that if we don't know what the event is, it's very hard to set a budget for it and the size of the event as well.
So Dan, is it in that ring fence of that budget, or that money, is there any differential between, for the emergency type funding, and then is there any separation between that type funding and pipe bursts, or is that sort of into one lot? And what would the rules around that be if there's been no emergency events? How does that money then get distributed into a reserve fund? Might be more of a question for Jacinta, but.
So we could ring fence it so that, like obviously at the moment there is no particular fund, Ross, but if we were to introduce one, we would have a particular line and a particular GL line that could only be used for those purposes, and we could separate the kind of civil defence emergency versus the day-to-day emergency. And if the funding wasn't spent, then council could introduce some policy rule that meant that then at the end of each year went back into your adverse events fund, which is what we think we might be creating with that saving in the insurance process.
Yeah, that is one option. I suppose overall what the message we're trying to send here is that it's early warning to say we've trimmed the budgets as far as possible, and just really wanting to understand the appetite to move forward with acknowledging that, or whether we do build some contingency. And so we could, overcomplicate this in some ways. Well, not necessarily overcomplicate it, but we could set up a separate fund, or we could just say, actually, we're comfortable to, we've heard the risks, we're comfortable to move forward, and we'll manage it down the track if those costs eventuates. But it's just really wanting to highlight today that at the moment there's not that contingency built within the budget that historically there may have been. So a smaller event or a smaller issue might have a financial impact, and we're happy to continue to work through and provide updates as we manage these budgets moving forward, to give a level of comfort to elected members around the work's being done to both manage savings and risks. But it is highlighting that with that budget cap that's been set and continuing to hold the line year on year, whilst we're also looking at mounting operational costs, it carries some risk of a financial deficit. So it's really how that's planned to be managed.
Dan, sorry, I just wanted to, because you also talked about needing some direction around, or appetite around, potentially slowing down the renewals work. And so if there was appetite to slow down, focus on renewals through the capital program, then inevitably we are going to need that contingency fund for unexpected reactive renewals, right? That's the sort of, they kind of connected as decisions. So if we were going to say, we're slowing down renewals in terms of the capital program to focus more on growth, then it would be prudent as a council table to ensure that we have that consolidated Three Waters reactive budget line, I guess. Well, that's where I sit anyway, but I don't know if others.
And we will be in a position come March next year, having rebuilt the TOC, having done further work around that bow wave of network renewals, to come with the informed data and numbers and risk around the level of investment required. So when we get to the next few slides, we start to talk about the capital work program, which in some ways is an unconstrained budget. But you're right to point out that if we were to make a decision of council in coming years to significantly pull back on network renewals and focus on plant upgrades, that would help obviously the maintenance budget at the plant itself, but it runs the risk of an increase in network blowout. So that there's a cause and effect thing there that we aren't in a position today to provide you the full in-depth cause and analysis of investment, but certainly as we move forward and we set an overall funding envelope for the capital work program, we'll start to be able to bring some trade-off conversations around the council table at decision-making points for capital investment that will include a lens to what's in the operational budget. But if you look at where we sit today, there's not that contingency to manage change, and in some ways we're predicting that there'll be further investment required around those treatment plants when we rebuild the TOC, because year on year we've had the same conversation, and to manage rate impacts we've capped that investment, and so we are very much in a reactive state with our current Three Waters Alliance. and we're wanting to move to a more planned, proactive state, which will come with required further investment in maintenance.
Dan, do we have any idea in terms of what we've spent in reactive maintenance over the last, say, 3 years?
We do. I won't try and rattle those numbers off the top of my head because it will depend whether we're talking water, wastewater, but we can certainly come back with some detail around that, Bernie.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'd be a bit reluctant to scrap every bit of contingency that we've got in the budget. So I think, past history has shown us that we've had to spend some quite significant funds on reactive maintenance, and I'd be a bit reluctant to strip all those budgets completely bare and then sort of have some major impacts if we do have some unforeseen events. That's just my view. I look forward to that sort of. I wonder where Three Waters takes us in terms of what's going to happen. I think that may have a part to play as well. So March next year might be the time when we actually decide this rather than now.
Yes. Yeah. So we're not saying we've stripped all reactive maintenance, but what we're saying is we're in the new year planning to move to a more robust plan around proactive maintenance, which would likely, mean less reactive, but more investment in the capital and the proactive. But yeah, like you say, the main point here is that those big random weather events, we've capped those, and we haven't allowed a lot in other areas. So Barry could perhaps speak to a little bit of that, but in some ways we need to do that further work at a really detailed line by line treatment plant level, and there's a program set out and a process for that to commence from 8 January 2024, and it's going to take a number of workshops and processes, and we'll be in a position by March to provide a lot more in-depth insight alongside maybe some certainty on Three Waters by then.
And the master plans for those treatment plants will be done when? Over the next few months, or?
So the draft report landed on my desk this week, and that hasn't been factored fully into the capital works budgets. But ultimately they are currently unconstrained. There's going to be a whole lot of reforecasting to do once we set a funding limit and a conversation around our borrowing. So yeah, we're certainly in a position to come back with some more information around those as well. And we'll look to schedule an update this side of Christmas to elected members on the initial direction for those master plans. They'll set arbitrary budget limits, which are almost plus or minus 100% at this kind of feasibility stage. But as we move forward over the next 12 months, it will take that amount of time to do the further investigations. And alongside that, there's some work, more urgent work that will need to be done at the treatment plant around investments in the likes of digesters that would get us through that at least the next 5 years. Because even if the decision of council in the new year is to invest in a treatment plant upgrade, by the time we go through design, procurement and implementation, we are looking at that 5 to 10 year window. So that there is very much a need to continue with the maintenance in that intervening period.
Dan, I'm just conscious of, sorry, I know, I'm just conscious of the fact that, it was only 3 months ago or 4 months ago we signed off an LTPA, and it's changed quite considerably in this small space of time. And I suppose don't want to be in a position of making decisions now that will probably change in 4 or 5 months anyway.
Yeah, and I think when you're talking capital investment.
Yeah, I suppose I am.
Yeah. The capital investment has, I suppose, the most important thing to focus on over the next 6 months ahead of setting our rates and our budget debt limits. The most important thing is gathering further information. So that provides us opportunity, once we set a long-term plan for our wastewater and water treatment plants, provides a lot of certainty around what we should do in the short term. The the engineering view is we should invest now, let's get these things built, but there's a whole lot of factors in terms of when the growth's going to happen, how that's funded, and also our ability to actually fund these things from a debt perspective. So all of these, we're not signing off on that today. So we're not signing off on a wastewater treatment plant. We're not even signing off on the investigations to find the timing and required design elements for that plant. It's an unconstrained budget to limit that needs to be put in the mix to allow us to have a conversation around the level of investment overall in the capital program. And any of these decisions will be brought through subsequent council papers. So, we're a long way off making a decision around timing and level of investment in that wastewater plant. And you will continue to see numbers change as we move forward and get more certainty around the phasing and costs associated with that. But might be helpful to jump into some of these capital slides before I rattle off too much, and Tony's got a good handle on that program of work as well. We haven't jumped into capital program. There you go, Tony, lead away.
Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies if some of this is a bit repetitive. Dan's gone through a lot of it already. So what you're looking at there is the budget for this financial year, capital program in the first column, 23-24, and then the updated forecasted costs after we went through that last process with the project steering group, and then the first 3 years of the LTP separated out by activity. Probably the biggest thing to note is in year 3, there's quite a significant increase from the wastewater activity, which is associated with the aforementioned master plan updates to the wastewater treatment plant. Probably the key thing to remember as we move through, as Dan has said, is that this is somewhat an unconstrained budget, if you will, based off the information that we have now. So work that will be undertaken in the near future is looking at what our borrowing limits are and then how to best phase the investment in those assets, as well as taking into consideration planning and the inputs required to do the work. There's obviously a lot of uncertainty with the Three Waters reform, so whatever happens in that space will have an impact on those budgets potentially. There'll be a decision point to be made around what level of renewals we're doing in the network versus plant upgrades, and that'll be shown in a bit more detail as we go through each activity. So with wastewater, this is sort of just an overview of how those high-level figures per each year are separated out. So basically it's split between the treatment plants and the network. If you're looking at the treatment plant investments from year 3, there's some really big figures equating to around 65 million from years 3 to 6, or 2 to 6, which is predominantly based off the preliminary outputs from the master plan for the treatment plant. That's best case scenario. If you're going to fix that, you'd spend those millions then. If we can't afford that, or if growth assumptions change, or there's other staged approaches we can look at, that's the work that will continue to be undertaken over the next year. There's a lot of asset assessments that need to be undertaken, and I believe the idea is to develop a staged approach. Going into each separate section. So in terms of network, you can broadly break the networks down into each of the 5 districts or areas, I suppose. There's 2.4 million is attributed in year 1, which is for the northeast living growth. So this is basically looking at the appropriate renewal of the 250 kilometres of wastewater network we have. About 30% of that is asbestos cement pipes, and they're all nearing sort of what is recommended as the useful life. And whilst you can extend that, it's about finding the right balance of when to renew them. And as Dan mentioned, there's some work being done by WSP that's looked at a high level of how much we should be renewing to not end up with significant issues or high levels of maintenance costs. So that's just been completed, and we're going through that process now to sort of vindicate these figures, but we know that there's a certain level of investment required per year. And like you've said in the last year, before we go and invest that, we look at it, each project specifically, to make sure that we're investing in something that's needed, and sweating the asset, if you will. Other things to note within that is the 154k in year 2 for the investigation of the potential OHA connection. In terms of Foxton and Foxton Beach, we've allocated $500,000 on a 3-year rotating cycle. And again, that will be further refined, but the money needs to be allocated there for those renewals. It's just what the specific program looks like still needs to be developed. And finally, there's another growth element there. So typically, if there's projects associated with growth, they'll have their own sort of line item, because then that needs to be filtered back through the development contributions program. And you'll see there, likewise, Levin has sort of a nominal figures. There's 1.8 million in the first year. That's more than likely going to be going into MacArthur Street, which has shown that it's in dire need of renewal. But there's also a growth element there as well. And then sort of nominal figures of about $1 million from year 3 onwards, or 1.5, which work needs to be done to identify where those renewals are. Treatment plants, where the big money is, likewise, so divided up against our 5 different treatment plant areas, 6. There's a separate line item there for Levin irrigation, which is going to need some investment depending on how growth is picking up, which is looking at year 2 and year 3 currently. Chokomaru has consent expiring, so there's a lot of work that's going to be needed there. So that's currently sitting in year 2 and year 3 with a lot of the planning planned for next year, additional continuation of the planning. Wairere Beach, years 3 and 4, similarly, growth, there needs to be some investment into the treatment scheme out there. So this is just a visual representation of that capital investment. You can see the orange is from the LTPA, and the blue is sort of this updated, unconstrained budgets, if you will. You can see the sort of light blue, large blue ones that have been brought forward, which is where what we would look to see is this sort of more smoothed out as we work to align the investment with the borrowing limits. I guess I could stop there if there's any specific wastewater questions. We'll just move on.
So, like with drinking water, one of the things we do is put water meters in to reduce the amount of demand, but and to slow down the need to build new plants and storage and all that kind of stuff. In the wastewater context, like how do we reduce or potentially push out the need to replace the treatment plants and like slow it down? Because is it I or not? Because I mean that is like just on that irrigation line. There's like, was it $21 million over the next 10 years? And then that's a huge amount of money and interest payments that's coming our way, and so anything we can do to like push that out obviously is going to pay dividends in terms of those debt limits as well. Because or are we just saying that we're totally at capacity soon, or now or soon, and that actually that is ultimately a priority?
Yeah, irrigation. Go down.
Yeah, we are at current consent capacity for our irrigation, but we also, more importantly, are at capacity and at that age limit for our wastewater treatment plant. So I think what we will do is defer this conversation until we bring back more detail and pictures and numbers around the wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and we can cover off Levin wastewater as a specific activity. But we are very much at that decision point to say, regardless of growth, we need to invest, particularly in the wastewater treatment plant space. And so that, with growth and planning for it, allows us that opportunity to spread that future debt wider over a larger rating base, given that this is a multi-generational type investment that we are starting to plan towards. So as we start to unpack the urgency around that and the risk appetite to defer or do maintenance in intervening period, what we have done is basically put those unconstrained budgets into the the long-term plan on the assumption that when that evidence is presented to council, we'll have to make a case for that investment. So it's probably hard to communicate without a lot more of that information here today. But very much at this point we're signaling that there's a lot of investment required, and there's no easy win to answer your question in terms of just turning off the toilets, starting to limit that flow as new houses come online. It's not an I&I issue to try and chase that as the solution. We are also working with the likes of some of the bigger users around their future opportunities for reverse osmosis type plants to recycle some of that water into other uses. But very much we're at a point in time where we need to signal investment, and there'll be subsequent papers come into council ahead of making final decisions on the long-term plan that will provide some more evidence for elected members to understand and digest than we can provide today.
Water is structured in a similar way, treatment and network. There's significant increases from year 4 to year 7, 23 million, 29 million, 27 million associated with the water treatment plant in the Vin here. Likewise, the phasing of those will be dependent on the outputs from that master plan. In the network space, in years 1 and 2, there's quite a high level of investment there, which relates to the water metering. As Sam's touched on, that can be helpful towards identifying leak areas and hoping to reduce that demand, buying us potentially a little bit of time in regards to the investment for the water treatment plants whilst the consenting is underway. A little bit more specific, so that 5 different treatment plant areas are showing up here. There's a sort of an immediate need to invest in the Levin water treatment plant, which you can see by that 3.5 million in year 1. There's a separate line item there for the Pose Rose potential reservoir, which has money over the next 3 years, but the main investment coming in year 4. Those things are associated with getting consents, etc. Foxton treatment plant up around year 4, I believe, is consent needs to be relooked at. And then, moving on to network. So, similar to the wastewater network, there's roughly 320 kilometres of pipes in the ground across all of our districts where there's water supplied that need to be renewed, depending on their age. 30% of those are still asbestos concrete. And typically you're looking at 40 to 50 years of useful life, but that can be pushed out to 80 or 90, and this is where the water metering will be really handy, because they can help to identify specifically if those pipes are leaking or not. In terms of specific investment, Levin's looking at a 1.5 nominal amount, and again, that needs to be looked at through all of these specific processes to prioritise that we are in fact investing the right amount into renewing, or it should be deferred or it should be increased, and then balancing that against what our borrowing limits are. Shannon, similar to the wastewater, there's just a 3-year cycle of $1 million every 3 years, which, as we do more work in the space of asset management, will be refined and backed up with sound rationale of what that level of investment is for. Likewise with Foxton Beach. So again, that gives a visual representation of the investment in the water space. As opposed to the LTPA, the large investment into the Levin water treatment plant has been pushed out a bit in these proposed budgets. And again, this will need to be reviewed in line with what that borrowing limit is to make sure that we can afford that investment. And that can come back to, again, using a staged approach for the water treatment plant, but whereas the reservoir is kind of like that'll need to happen at some point, and so that cost is coming. Stormwater, there's quite a significant increase in the stormwater budgets versus what was previously, to sort of align with the direction of council. Whilst next year there's some projects identified that we're starting to get the planning underway with, in the subsequent years we just need to look district-wide to find out where those existing flooding issues are, as well as potential investment required for growth. And that's shown as in North East Levin, where Collie Pond's being completed, potential connection to Okarito that we're working through now, and then there's another trigger for a downstream pond for when there's 200 or more units that that budget there is associated with. That year one has a significantly higher budget due to the Tauta Ika CRP contract funding there for $4 million. So we're in the process of looking at how that's best invested in line with the CRP contract in this staging of Tauta Ika, and that links back to a DC being recovered from the growth that is associated with, as well as the interest-free loan component of that. There's quite a lot of money there associated with stormwater treatment, so the big cost in year 3 is to do with the consenting for the stormwater entering the lake, and the other budgets there are for various different treatment options that are in planning at the moment, and then some money for the Foxton Beach stormwater consent in the first 3 years. And again, visual representation of the investment in stormwater. Yep. Great.
If someone else is on. Oh, I'm on. Yeah, look, could I just understand the Foxton Beach stormwater? There's, I'm a bit confused. It talks about the 150k over 3 years. It mentions consent, but it also mentions renewals. What is 150k each over 3 years actually for?
Yep, it's for committing and gaining consent for that Foxton Beach. So in some ways, it's that process, and you may have been at the community board meeting and received an update, but it's effectively working through that process to gain evidence for that consent. So it's based on historic understanding. Usually these processes are a wee bit drawn out, that we haven't budgeted all of the costs in 1 year, and we've got a certain level of comfort around this. This would just cover experts and consenting hearing costs to gain that consent, so wouldn't actually be covering any of the physical work. So there's a difference between that one and the Levin stormwater, which focuses on delivering physical work and a consent process.
So, okay, so I won't editorialise on the cost of consenting, but in terms of physical works, there is no budget provided?
No.
Okay, right.
There is a district-wide budget for improvements, and that forms part of there's a program of work that would be brought up to council around where that investment goes. But that in terms of we can do a number of very small improvements, and you've heard some of the work that in the land transport update around improvements related to roads that have been done through that roading budget. But in terms of improvements to the existing network in Foxton Beach, it would be all tied up with that top line item around district stormwater improvements, which is almost a contestable fund across the district in terms of priority investment.
Okay, so point being that it's a piece of work to be done in terms of district-wide prioritisation.
Yeah. And prior to LTPA, sorry.
So my only question is, I know that there's only 10,000 in the Foxton stormwater network and nothing planned further from that. So I just sort of wonder, what does that or doesn't that mean? Because I'm sure there's consents and things going on in that space. We've got the Foxton East drainage scheme in the background somewhere. Yeah, we've got nothing allocated there.
Not currently for the Foxton East drainage scheme, and I expect that ahead of final adoption of the long-term plan, there will need to be a briefing with Horizons, and there may be ideas around contributions, but we're yet to get anything official in terms of what those numbers would look like. So on a zero-based approach, we haven't made allowance for any further investment in the Foxton East drainage scheme.
Daniel, I think it's important to close this off, but the Foxton Beach stormwater consent, the fact that there's budget allocated specifically for that is a signal that there's some priority enabling works in terms of the investigations, tests, consenting process to then enable the allocation of that district-wide stormwater allocation. So it's sort of the preparatory work. So I think it's an important signal that we're starting the journey, but yes, there is that wider budget to actually allocate to some of the physical works, acknowledging that that district-wide stormwater budget will also be allocated to other works that might not require consent in year 1 too. So I think it's a good signal.
Yeah, it's so pre-long-term plan amendment, that top line item didn't really exist, and so that mandate that's been given, we're currently in the market for a dedicated stormwater engineer that would join our team and manage this program of work moving forward, alongside no doubt lots of other projects and activities we could throw their way. But it's really just starting to send that signal that there's an appetite from the community and from council to invest in stormwater improvements, both existing to the existing network, and they would then also take the lead around that consent process and the work in our current priority areas, which is based on Foxton Beach and the importance of consenting the discharge that currently goes there, and the discharge from Levin into Lake Horowhenua, which is a current discharge, and there's a consent process that is currently on hold, waiting a lot further work from council that's been on hold for about 4 years. So we are looking in the new year to start moving to re-engage with our iwi partners around a process for that consent. But ultimately, if we're actually able to really understand the network, the contaminants within the stormwater system, and fix them in terms of the projects that we've done at Horowhenua Beach and plan to do at Makamoka Road, we can go a long way to actually helping that consenting process if we've resolved the water quality that's actually going to be consented in that process. So it's almost a two-pronged approach to say, well, let's understand and fix the problem even ahead of consenting.
Could you just go back one slide? Did I miss it? One more, please. That second to last bullet point, unlike the rest, doesn't have numbers or years next to it. But then you look at the top, and I'm trying to find out where it fits, unless it's something to come later.
That is the stormwater that's linked to the line above. So we've effectively allowed for physical works which are budgeted, and we're doing some work alongside a freshwater improvement fund for improvements down in Makamoka Road catchment. So that's likely a downstream defender, but early indications are that it's likely that, be it across Makamoka Road or Queen Street, there's going to, in the longer term, need to be some investment in creation of wetlands, so almost reverting some of that land back to help address the stormwater. And so we've factored in to that budget the consenting process, but also funding for further investment in construction, and knowing that there's a lot of work to do alongside iwi partners to align on that, and then also working with Horizons around that they currently hold land that was purchased through Crown funding investment, and if we were to build wetlands, there need to be agreements around that. So this is really just an early signal that we need to get a consent, but there's going to need to be physical works done as well alongside that, and so those two line items can be read together for live-in stormwater treatment. And we will look to brief council before we close for the year on what that program looks like and over the next 12 months.
So to summarise, clearly the two big ticket items are the live-in wastewater treatment plant and the water supply. I think it would be fair to say we're probably in the best position to understand what those required renewals and improvements look like, especially given over the last 4 to 5 years the changing requirements in terms of growth. It's gone through the roof, and so it's been a moving target. But over the completion of this year and the first year of the LTP, really the goal is to understand a lot more specifically what the improvements are and how we can phase those to align with how we can afford it. Likewise, the pot, the big one being there, additional irrigation required due to growth, and what the consenting for that looks like. The water meter rollout, which I think there's going to be more information coming in the coming months around that, due to the improvements the potential reduction in water demand, which can help to alleviate some of the demand on the water treatment plant. Continuing to refine our Ford renewal program for the networks across the settlements of both wastewater and water, just so that we can, hand on heart say that this is the absolute right amount that we should be investing, or knowingly defer that, taking into consideration the consequences. And finally, Tokomoto wastewater treatment plant.
So my only comment, just picking up on what Dan said, is sometimes we don't picture the stuff that you get, that you share until we probe questions, and I think sometimes some of that should be brought into this space. I'm just looking at the pot one. So we're talking, I'm just picking up on the language you said. So it was about irrigation, growth, we need more areas to irrigate. So that's only one part of the spectrum. What it doesn't, for me, tell is the bigger picture, what's the cost of that irrigation, and what's the mitigation that's required on the environment at place. There's nothing in any of these documents you read about the impact on the Waiwiri stream and the wider implications of anything we do at the pot. So I'm just saying it as a comment, but sometimes I just don't feel like it delves deep enough into. I get in replacing sprinklers and lines and all of that, but that doesn't tell me the environmental standards that we have to maintain, all of those sorts of things, because I'm sure there's going to be a whole lot more cost attached to those other parts of it. So that's just a comment, yeah.
I did lose quite a bit of the audio there, Councillor Tamihana, but we did meet recently with our iwi partners around standing up the ERP group, and I suppose ultimately getting to a point of having a Waiwiri Kaitiaki group that looks across and has really good in-depth understanding of both the work that's happening on the site to ensure we meet consent compliance, but also a lot of the monitoring that's happening, and then starting to plan towards the offsets and mitigations that council have committed to through separate agreements around be it wetlands or planting in the Waiwiri. And we are hopeful that in time we can then start to get to a point of thinking into a much longer term space, and that might allow for further buffering around with the Waiwiri. So rather than just using the science to say we believe we're not having an effect, actually starting to manage a process of retreat if we can ultimately find a longer term way to manage our wastewater in terms of areas for growth and into the future. So trying to acknowledge that there's a lot of work to address the current state and stand by historic agreements before we can try and move forward into a plan for a longer term future. So we've tried to wrap that up in some of the both operational and CapEx budgets associated with the pot. And I think the point was made earlier by Councillor Jennings that there's a significant cost in there, and obviously in time as we unpack the various phases of that, we'll start to see some more certainty around that.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that.
The first bullet point around who pays, wastewater in particular, with the separate inlet for Alliance and other wet industries. Are there the rates or the fees charged right? Like, have those been tested? And I guess if in their growth, or as their businesses develop or new ones come online, is there not a proportion that they pay?
So we are talking in that space. We've been through a review as part of the long-term plan amendment, and we're in the process of working with and notifying all of those contributors to the network, and that's based around a user pays type arrangement. We aren't currently in a process of looking at a targeted contribution towards the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. It very much is a standard development contribution split for both existing residents and future residents. In saying that, there's as part of our review, we can certainly look at some other options around that, and into the future as we start to look at fees and charges and doing further work, looking around recruitment. Another one in the market at the moment is around a dedicated trade waste officer who can research, manage and take ownership of this space alongside working with these suppliers around their future plans, because if we push the limit of expense for supply, some of them will start to do their own business cases around whether they should actually have their own treatment. And in some ways we've seen some of that with some of our local meatworks type contractors or businesses that have actually installed their own treatment type systems to try and cut their cost out the door.
Yes, I know who you're talking about, but unless others are interested in understanding that or getting some certain figures around what's fair and just and going forward, at least I am. I don't know about others.
I think the first phase is certainly getting an awareness and a collective understanding, both council officers and elected members, around the future cost and the phasing of investment for that wastewater treatment plant upgrade. I think we can then start to unpack allowances for growth and funding mechanisms, including what those contributions from our industrial suppliers could or should be in that process. So certainly the first point in this process is to get an awareness and a briefing around the criticality of investment in the treatment plant, and we can bring options around what the funding might look like to construct that based on time as well.
Can I just ask one thing you've talked about, Tony and Daniel? You both referenced that in the figures in the tables, it's phased to take into account our debt limit constraints. What I want to understand is that assuming the projected level of capital spend in other activities as well? Like, does that take into account other activities, or is that purely around Three Waters? Because eventually I want to get to the question around, like, if this table said actually no, Three Waters is bottom line, non-negotiable, it's the most important service we provide over everything else, and so therefore there should be a bias towards ensuring that the capital program has a higher proportion of Three Waters projects than other types of projects. Like, does that? So yeah, I just want to understand how you've, in terms of that alignment to the debt limit, how have you come to that? Can you just talk me through the methodology or thinking?
So that's work that's going to be undertaken that Jacinta could probably elaborate on.
The current budgets are unconstrained, so we haven't done that phasing yet. And even when it comes to the master plans, we're going to need to undertake a series of investigations across multiple elements within that plan before we can be certain on when the investment would be required and the likely cost of that. So that would happen over the next 6 to 12 months. But in the meantime, those budgets that have been presented today are sitting as almost the message that were passed to the NTU previously around an unconstrained budget, knowing that if we were to pull back in certain areas, elected members ultimately will have to make that decision, being informed on the trade-off of those different levels of investment. So that, it certainly is something, Jacinta, you could probably cover off the current thinking around debt limits and borrowings and appetite to look at that or not, and as part of the long-term plan.
Sure, thanks. So we will be coming back to you on the 28th, and we'll give you some more information next week as well. But when we did the financial strategy presentation or overview in Foxton, we showed you when we were looking at the borrowings graphs where we were very close to the limit. That was on the assumption of a $50 million program in terms of delivery. So everything that you're going to see, you've seen through the activity presentations, assumes the full program that everyone wanted. In some years, that gets as high as 80 million. I think in the first year it was 67. So there is some adjustment needed based on a limit that we'll agree as part of the next couple of council meetings. And then the infrastructure team will provide that advice around what is the most critical work that needs to happen to meet. If it was safer, it was to be a $50 million to be below the limit, then what's the most important $50 million that we can spend in each year?
So just a couple more slides to round this off if there were no other questions around fees and charges.
On board, I think there'll definitely be some work to make sure we're capturing all our potential customers. Oops. We are involved in some further work to confirm that we are charging the correct amount for septic tankers. We're doing some work down at waste plant to get the new septic unit online, and those charges will align with that once that comes on stream, which should be within the next few months. And proposed change to the charge method for the water tankers. There's been
Can
a
you
little
just
bit of
confirm which one you're talking about? Is that the Hokio Beach Road depot? The
Sorry?
one at the bottom. Can you name the location, please?
Yeah, I believe that's on Hokio Road. Yeah. So sorry, yeah, Albert was doing some work on that to just make sure we are charging the right amount. I believe he is comfortable with that. And that's about it on the fees and charges for us, really. Proposed SSPs. These are the additional SSPs we want to put into the the OPR reporting. The stormwater. Let me just have a quick look.
Sorry,
to
can I just
identify the
double check?
priority areas. Sorry.
The Levin wastewater treatment plant, is that automated system operating now?
For the septic?
Yeah.
No, not yet. It should be finished within about 3 months.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I won't say a long time, but
Why does it take so long, Barry?
Why does it take so long? I believe that unit was bought about 6 years ago. It's been sat there doing nothing ever since. There's there are no manuals for it. There's no information about when it was bought, how it's supposed to work. So it's been a process of start from scratch and just work our way through it as we go.
I think what he means is we just want to get it right. So we're taking our time to get it right.
well, we did a site visit, right, and it's got a nice new driveway there, so they can line up and attach. And
We'll invite you to the ribbon cutting.
Cool. I'm just checking whether it's finished.
One quick thing around the fees and charges I just wanted to mention was that with the fees and charges for wastewater, there is about 10 to 20% of the cost that's covered by fees, which is mostly trade waste. So we're at the bottom of that at the moment, sitting around just under 9 or just over 9. So there could be a conversation about lifting that so it's somewhere in the middle of the range rather than at the bottom.
Okay, so the stormwater performance measure is tied up with the catchment management plans which were completed at the end of 2021. We want to set milestones based on those and mark ourselves against those. The wastewater is obviously implementing the master plan and setting milestones around that. And also added onto that, this is similar for the water supply as well, is setting ourselves a goal of energy consumption reduction across year on year. And we set that at 3% reduction year on year. I think, Jacinda, were you going to talk on this? I believe.
Sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit. I just did before. Apologies.
Do you want to round it off, Dan?
Yeah, I'm really keen for any feedback, questioning, comments, and maybe even feedback on whether we've met expectations today in terms of bringing an awareness of what's happening in the three water space, which can be summarised as we've got lots of increasing costs. We're doing our best to manage those, but we don't have a lot of capacity for unforeseen or for the improvements that we plan to do moving forward, to move into a more proactive maintenance space. Around the capital works, it's very much saying that there's a future council decision in coming weeks around the appetite to increase or hold our borrowings limits, and then set a capital works budget, which then allows our engineering team and the rest of council to do some work around how we fit within that funding envelope year on year, and can phase our work program. So certainly, today I'm hearing early signals that we're not wanting to make further cuts in the three water space. We're wanting to keep water running 365 days of the year, 7 days a week, and that there may be an appetite to actually build in a little bit of contingency as we start to recraft our budget. So happy to take any questions or clarifications, but yeah, key message is there's a lot more work to do, and we need a lot more time to brief elected members on some of these critical projects, be it Lake Horowhenua, the pot, or water waste treatment upgrades. Once we get the information to hand and we set our budget limits to actually allow us to move forward with the planning and implementation of those projects.
Oh, my final comment. Thank you guys for the presentation. There's the nice to do's, and then there's the what we have to do's, and I suppose that's my last comment really for us. But we're obliged to deliver these particular services to our community, and that has to be the forefront, and that's how I see things in my prioritisation. Kia ora. Great work, guys.
Kia ora.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Look, we've talked about getting the basics right. Three waters is the basics, and we need to make sure that we are delivering those core services well. It's scary stuff, though, when you're talking the dollars that you're talking in the next 5 years. But yeah, hopefully we'll get a lot more information and have a lot more certainty in the coming months.
Could I just sorry, just a quick comment. Could I just understand, when we have that discussion about the contingency, Sam's mentioned about possibly debt funding versus building a contingency fund, when would be the opportune time to have that discussion?
All I was a bit vague, but I was just envisaging it would be this option line inside the spreadsheet that we eventually get, so that you can turn it off and turn it on to see what the effect is on debt and rates and all that stuff. Yep. If everyone supports that approach, I think that's
happy with that. Good.
Oh, Tony, and I know I've raised this before, and I just want to understand it for the purposes of this, which was in the previous LTP, there were some quite big assumptions around revenue or income from the Podes Road reservoir from metal extraction, and I imagine I understand that that's no longer a feature and probably going forward in terms of this LTP. Can we, and sorry, it was probably more a question for Jacinta, just understanding again the impact of not having those income assumptions in the capital program, because like the property disposals program, taking that revenue assumption out obviously impacts on those debt levels.
Thanks. Yes. So when you get the detailed information in terms of options, and I think we did it in a couple of the slides when we presented in Foxton, but was to show you every single movement that builds up. One being the debt funded operational costs, so you can see which ones they are, and then make a decision about whether they should be rates funded or continue to be debt funded. And then the other one is the movement in borrowings, where you see the starting borrowings. That would be from the start of next financial year, or the start of this financial year actually, and then everything that's planned to move, including the capital assumptions, so that if anything on the capital side moves, then that the revenue would move as well. Yep, so you can make decisions about it.
Thanks, team. Look, really appreciate it. Looked like it was actually planned to be that way because it was pretty seamless. So just thanks, Tony and Barry, for stepping up and doing half of Daniel's work. I'm sure he'll shout your chocolate fish next week when he gets back. Cheers.
Thank you.
Do you want to rest? 2-minute rest?
Yes. 5 minutes only. All right? 5 only.
our internal projects and setting up our project management framework to ensure that we can deliver to our digital action plan. We work as essentially as a professional services organisation to the organisation, so we've established these sort of 5 key pillars that we deliver to. So we provide consultancy to the organisation and externally. We deliver products and services. We provide resolution services, so we have our service desk, and so when your devices are doing strange things, we step in and help you out with those. We do a lot of monitoring and reporting, so we do some proactive stuff, reactive around incidents and requests, internal monitoring in terms of how we're doing, and external. We look at industry best practices and what we should be following or shouldn't be. And then we work on projects. So we run our own projects, but we also provide support to other areas' projects. Our key challenges. One of our big ones is ensuring that we have a safe and secure IT environment. So that's making sure that we are continually keeping our environment up to date around our defences and cyber security. Another challenge is the ongoing shift to evergreen IT. So evergreen IT is essentially a key principle, I guess, behind what a lot of global industry are using, moving towards, including Microsoft, Amazon, Google, all the big names. They basically do a lot of the work for us, or we're adopting a concept of not having to do updates and keep a track of everything and do major change projects in our environment, because it's all happening for us by our providers. Other key challenges, obviously, we are transitioning as part of that, moving into evergreen, and we're trying to deal at the moment, or juggle our mixed hybrid environment in terms of that traditional IT versus the new modern evergreen IT. We also have a challenge of ensuring that our staff, both within information services and across the wider council, are building their digital literacy and capability and competency, and keeping up with what's going on. And then the other challenge around that, maximising the opportunities that our software provides, is an interesting one, because we don't know what we don't know, and we've got a lot of software and a lot of services that we've adopted, but for a specific solution. And a lot of those applications actually provide a lot more than what we understand they do. So we're trying to get on top of those as well. Talking around digital transformation, it's fair to say that we've got some catching up to do as a council, where there's been a number of years of either minimal or negligible investment in our space. We do want to become a modern, digital-first, data-driven and citizen-centric council, and our part in that is having developed the Digital Action Plan, which was approved at the end of last year. It includes 20 plus initiatives over a 3-year roadmap. At the moment, the bulk of those initiatives are actually in year 1 to get us up to speed, but they include these key areas of focus for us. So improving our foundations is around our infrastructure piece, sort of back office, IT environment, our digital workplace program, which is around adopting Microsoft 365 applications and services, our data strategy or reporting enhancements. So elected members are already seeing some of that coming through, and some of the reporting that you're getting from us. That's some of the work that the team have been doing in enhancing those reports and making sure that we're doing good stuff with our data. And then the last one is around our ERP or enterprise resource planning review, essentially an authority upgrade and or replacement. We don't know what that looks like just yet.
Can I just ask a question? So last week at the Risk and Assurance Committee meeting, we had an in-committee item around cyber risk, so I won't talk about the specific details because it was in committee. But obviously, Jason talked to us about identified risks and then prioritised actions. And so, do they feed into that? The road, like, how do they feature in here?
They feed into the overall roadmap and the work plan as well. So there's some specific items in there which we have at a lower level. But yeah, absolutely taken into account.
Thank you.
So the first one around the improving our foundations, this is just taking that into the sort of next level of detail of what that looks like. There's three key areas there is an upgrade of our infrastructure as a service, or IS. It's essentially cloud hosting of a lot of our environment. It's an expensive exercise, but having looked at some of the other opportunities, we have a potential to reduce that spend going forward. Our remote services, which is essentially our allowing people into our network from outside of the direct environment. We've looking at making improvements in that space to gain some efficiencies and some cost effectiveness there. And then our environment, our overall ICT environment in our identity and access management health check is something that we'd like to do. Just to make sure, and again this feeds into what you were just talking about, Councillor Jennings, around that cybersecurity risk, just making sure that our environment is safe, secure, and that the people or our staff and people who have access to that environment through identity and access management actually have access to what they need access to. We've got a statement of work currently on the table being reviewed to do this piece of work for us over the next I think it's like 6 to 8 weeks, costing just under 50,000. But the benefits of that are huge. Our digital workplace program, I'll actually hand over to Mark here to go up with an overview on this. But this is, again, a really important piece that will take us into the future.
Do I need to hold the button down or just press it once? So the digital workplace program is really looking at taking advantage of some software and services that have actually existed within the organisation for 6 years and haven't really been utilised to their full extent. So they're originally brought in around a focus on email and the exchange services that sits behind that. But they've increasingly been sort of trickling their way into the business with other areas as that demand, and COVID certainly played into that around some of the working from home type tools and systems. So we've actually got quite a bit of catch-up work to do around sort of formally implementing some of that stuff that has been available but not formally and properly implemented. And one of the other big questions in there is around the relationship between this new capabilities that the 365 ecosystem provides alongside predominantly authority and CM9, which are basically our core internal data and records management systems. And so increasingly, just like sort of the hybrid transition from sort of traditional IT to evergreen, we've got a bit of a transitional state where we're needing to accommodate and continue to work with those core systems and bring alongside the capabilities that we get through our subscription to 365 services. That work's really going to kick off in earnest next year as we start to go group by group, team by team across the organisation and really clarify and identify how those teams can take advantage of those. And a really important part of that, which also feeds into the underlying ability for us to be secure and resilient, is around continuing to invest in the capabilities of our staff and making sure that our induction and sustainability around keeping that level of knowledge appropriate for this workplace is complementary to the technology that we're putting in place. And so the digital workplace program is really looking across that broad landscape in terms of those outcomes.
May I just touch on one thing? So just as an example, some of the core work Mark's been doing in relation to 365 is some of the portals that you've seen. So the procurement portal, conflict conflict of interest registers and some of the things that really improve the way that we work together, collect information and use it well. It's tools that are in the modern environment are allowing us as an organisation to work a lot better together. And you will have seen it through some of your council members portal. It makes it simpler to work together. So some of those things are, while they've been available for a long time, we're starting to implement them really well, and the efficiency that we're seeing through that as well. Another thing, for example, is the group work plan across the organisation in terms of the top 10 priorities. That's now been rolled up into this program. So you can at any point in time see a visual view of the whole work plan of it, what everybody's working on across the organisation and the status that things like that are at. So it requires a good skill to set it up, but now it's a great thing that Mark's been now doing is then working with the teams across the organisation so they can lift everybody's capability to understand what's possible with the tools that we have so that we can make ourselves more efficient. Yeah.
The next piece around the enterprise resource planning review. So authority is, as Mark suggested, is one of our core business systems. It covers finance, regulatory, HR, and customer request management. It's a legacy system that's been in place for a long time, but it is a purpose-built solution for local government agencies. That's its main audience. So we're conducting a review, or about to undertake a review of it as part of that continuing improvement, to see what it is, how we're currently using it, what are the pain points that we're using it for, how can we improve it, and the outcome of that, I guess, is to look at, is it the right solution for us? Do we need to upgrade? Do we need to put some time and effort and investment into making it a better solution for us, or do we look elsewhere at potential other ERP solutions in line with our digital principles? We don't know. One of the key points around this at the moment is that we're not making any assumptions on what the outcome could be. It would be very easy to say or to listen to anecdotal stories around the pain around using authority, and that it would be easy to replace. ERPs are not easy to replace and they're not cheap. So we're looking at this really, a real deep dive into this and making sure that we're getting it right and that we make the right decision at the end of it. So we'll probably come back to council in the near future at the end of that review with some recommendations and what we'd like to do in that space. The data strategy governance management piece. So we're already along the road with this bit. We've undertaken a data discovery piece at the end of last year. Essentially, that was to discover what data we have, what systems it's being managed in, who uses it, and what it's used for. And the outcome of that was the beginnings of an information and data systems asset register, which is essentially will be used to help manage that going forward, in terms of understanding who does what and where, and if there's issues with data, who do we need to talk to about it. It was the first cab off the rank because in order to understand what we want to do with data and the strategy around that, it's really good to know what you've got in the first place. So that was kind of the beginnings of our journey. We're also developing an information product register, which is essentially a listing and some understanding around all of the reporting that we do and all of the ad hoc reports, first management reporting, and again just collecting some information about those reports, making that available through a register so that we can understand what we've got, and if you're looking for something specific or we have a customer come to our team to ask for a specific report, we can see if one already exists, and it just makes life a lot easier and it's a lot more efficient. It also gives us the idea around when things need to be updated and if data changes, how do we sort that out. And we have created version 1 of our data platform strategy. So I've got one slide to show on that. And the next steps we'd like to do is just continue with those improvement initiatives to support us being more data driven and customer citizen centric. Any questions on that one?
So I'll just add one more there. So in terms of what you see in this space is, so we've been collecting all that information previously. To get access to that, some of the information that we wanted to report was quite difficult, required very specialized knowledge. So it's simplifying that into one place so that through the Microsoft Suite, there's a tool called Power BI. You're then able to develop reports that are dashboard related reports that you can then drill down into. Anyone in the business can drill down into and understand the detail underneath. So it makes good information more accessible to more people, and for them to be able to build reports and do things rather than just relying on specialists or specific particular skill sets around where information sits.
Steve, if you were to describe our system at the moment in terms of a car, are we a Rolls Royce, a Mini, or a electric vehicle, or a Model T Ford? That's a leading question. It depends on what sort of cars you like. I mean, as I suggested earlier, I mean we're doing okay in terms of that. Our car gets us from A to B, and it looks okay. It passes its WAF, and we're not looking at a new one straight away, a brand spanking new one. We're looking at probably making some tweaks and changes to the one that we've got. We do need to be looking at it though, and that's the thing is that although we're getting to A to B, there has been some neglect that we do need to look at, and we cover. This is essentially covering the key elements of that we do need to look at. And in terms of, I'd imagine the 67 councils around New Zealand all operating differently in terms of this space. I mean, there's no consistency, collaboration across the sector, is there? It's ridiculous.
But that will certainly be something during the ERP review that we'll want to test, because it makes no sense investing in additional infrastructure, whether that be software or otherwise, unless we've tested what that means. You know, the example I'd give is at PRG this morning we discussed the water meter decision, which will come to council shortly, and there's something in there about the software. Now, the questions I was testing was how would this link in with the Kapiti system, because if we think about future of Three Waters, whatever that might be, we want to make sure that the decisions we make today don't make it harder later down the track. Mayor Bernie, just to your question around what sort of car it is, the team are best suited to describe that, and I wonder if Mark Orange might want to provide some commentary on this, but probably the analogy that I'd use is we've got a car, we've not necessarily been we've not necessarily been making advantage of best use of the car, but we've also not checked that everyone driving that car has a driver's license, and that is a lot of what is reflected in the pitch today, is that actually how do we make the most of that car in order to create efficiencies and effectiveness across the business.
I think you summed it up pretty well. Nick, I'm not sure I have too much more to add other than to reiterate and I guess extend on. I know Steve wants to respond as well to your comment on where the sector is at. If I take more of a global view, IT has continued to shift at a remarkably exponential rate. The shift from what we've used the terminology of traditional IT to evergreen IT, which is basically the shift from on-premise to a more cloud services model, is huge. It's absolutely massive. And with that comes access to a lot more capability for a lot less cost. And as we know, often what happens when you get stuff for free is that you don't necessarily invest as wisely in making sure that you're implementing and using it well. And we are victims to that, as is the whole country, across the local government and the public central agencies, where we're increasingly getting access to stuff and we don't necessarily have the skills and expertise to understand what we've got and how to take best advantage of it. So that's really in the mix in terms of both how do we look after it at an ICT operations level, but also how do we then empower our staff to really take advantage of what we got. So it's not all about, the conversation used to be, we don't have the money to buy all the cool stuff. Increasingly, we do have access to more of the cool stuff. We don't necessarily have the ability to turn it on and use it well. So it's an interesting situation. Yeah.
And just in terms of other councils and the sort of sector in general, part of the ERP review kicking off was we've actually done a lot. We've had a lot of conversations with other councils in what they're doing, and also around the Microsoft 365 space. And both Mark and I have worked in we come from a consulting background where we've worked with other agencies and businesses to implement these kind of solutions. And no one is doing it the same way. Everyone's got the same tools, and everyone's paying the same amount of money for them, but everyone has their own little nuanced way of doing it. And there is a lot of discussion in a lot of the forums, particularly in local government, around banding together. And there's a person that I work with Microsoft who his end game, I guess, is to get central government talking to each other. And he's got the ideal of we will all be buying the same thing and implementing it in the same way. But it's a long way to go before we get there. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll just add one thing. And so while we don't have the same systems, I do assure you that across different areas of our business, we do collaborate with different councils. So our Magic, which is our budgeting, forecasting and reporting software, we absolutely work with the likes of Palmerston North, Kapiti and other councils that are using it to make best use of it. So we do, while we can't do everything, we do it in pockets. Yeah.
Having come into as Steve just said, 20 years in the sort of open consulting market, a lot of central government work, always in the Microsoft space. And I've come into the sector incredibly frustrated by the lack of sector level conversation, let alone shared implementation and expertise. So I've been looking and seeking, and one of the things I have found, there are some pockets of it. The unitary authorities, of which there are 7, 9, something, 11, there's a bunch of them, they actually have invested in a shared agency, SSO, whatever the specific terminology is, I'm sorry, I don't understand, or have that around the ERP system, so the authority. They've actually had a shared investment approach for a number of years, working with a local New Zealand IT provider, Datacom. And so that's a really good example where there is some shared investment and some shared understanding around looking at a purpose-built, locally sort of focused solution. We as a district authority don't necessarily have access into that, which is a real shame. But there is some activity, and we are certainly trying to seek out where we can tap into and take advantage of that.
So just to finish on the data piece, we are moving into that next stage with, again, got the data platform strategy to do, and essentially this is one of the slides from the first cut of that strategy, and just looking at where the data role in the wider business strategy is now. Obviously, you can't see the particularly good image of the relationships on the side there. But essentially, in terms of data, we look at those sort of 4 key areas around data governance, analytics, security, and the integration. And the integration is the big piece in terms of where are we using our data, how are we using it, and what systems do we need to be accessing it. So that's again just an illustration more of anything in terms of how data fits into the wider piece. Right, so just the next few slides are around our financials and our budgets. And Natasha will talk to a lot of this, but essentially, and just a comment from me around budgeting in our space. Similar to what Daniel was talking about prior to us coming in, it's really hard if you think about where IT was 20 years ago and understanding what we had on our desktops, if we had a desktop, the size of our mobile phones and the accessibility of information and data on those phones, if at all, to where we are now. Who would have thought we were on that journey? Now, if you look 20 years ahead, trying to think about what we're going to be having, what we need, what we have access to, and what sort of devices we're going to be using is really hard. So a lot of what we're doing here is really just thinking about what we've got now and what it might look like in the future, and sort of assuming or taking a bit of a guess in terms of how we may be progressing forward in that, particularly around the hardware and software. So yeah, that's just really a heads up that where we're coming from. So Natasha will sort of talk us through these next slides. Feel free to jump in and ask questions as you see fit.
Okay, so basically this slide outlines the key capital work that we're going to undertake as part of information services, and as you can see that the majority of it is to do with replacing computer devices, monitors, and mobile devices. One of the key reasons for that is because it does need to be replaced over a period of time because it becomes incompatible with operating software from a security perspective. Think of Apple and their lack of updates, which means you have to buy a new system. So it's just making sure that we always have fit-for-purpose devices that protect us at the end of the day. The line for hardware purchases that you see there is around the hardware for our Starlink devices for emergency management. I just noticed that just to point it out, the ERP review and implementation is actually missing a few zeros. In my defense, maths is not actually a strong suit. The implementation of the digital strategy are the items of work, basically the projects that we're undertaking as part of the digital action plan that ELT approved last year. Over time, we will see that ebb and flow depending on what needs to be done. But there's really not much more I can say in terms of that.
Did you want to maybe just to flag, so that ERP replacement looks pretty scary at 3.7 million. It's very much an estimate. I asked Steve may want to comment on that, but it's very much a placeholder at this stage. It looks like it's $2,500 and $1,250, but it would cost in the realm of 3.7 million. But when you talked about the car, we've got probably a Toyota. I'd say we have a Toyota Corolla that's at 370,000 Ks, and it's you wouldn't go and do an ERP replacement, but they're looking the next few steps are to a cloud version, which requires a major upgrade anyway. So that's a key reason why you look at doing it now. So just to flag that.
Just on those numbers, if you add each column up, am I missing something? Because that's a little bit different. Like that first one is 400 something grand. Is that right?
Yeah, there's something wrong there in the calculation because the total for year 2 does not add up.
First one.
We'll check on those.
So apologies about that. There's clearly some errors, and we'll make sure we get a refreshed view for councillors. I just wonder, just to move things along, Natasha and Steve, can you comment on the replacement of computing devices? Because if we think about kind of collectively across the 20 years, it's a lot of money. Can you talk to elected members about why we need that much and what that achieves?
So part of it is, as Natasha talked about, is that computing devices, particularly laptops and operating systems, have a lifespan. So there'll be software or applications and services available on those laptops. For example, to put it simply, I have a laptop at home that I'm unable to upgrade to Windows 11 because it's an old laptop. So I'm stuck on Windows 10 until I have to go and buy a new laptop. That's probably the most real life example. I'm sure we've probably all got a device at home like that. The other thing too is that the devices that we buy have a warranty period, and so we try to renew our devices at the end of each warranty period, so that we're not lumbered with a bunch of devices that are out of warranty and potentially a risk. Probably the biggest thing is around making sure that those devices are up to date with those security patches and things, and as mentioned, a lot of the older devices no longer accept the latest patches. So that's around those devices. We are looking in it, and I'll come to it a bit later on in the slide deck around some of the potential areas for cost savings. There's a potential opportunity to move to more of a leasing model, which could result in some savings, but then we're also not getting that capital expenditure through. One of the advantages of that, though, is that we don't have to worry about the lifespan of the laptops. So a provider will do that for us, and at the end of the lifespan, we're not left with a bunch of e-waste that we have to then also pay money to dispose of. Mobile phones, again, they are changing at a rate of knots, and so we try to update those again as they either come out of warranty period or as a lot of you will probably experience, mobile phones can be quite fickle and break, and are actually designed to be replaced now as opposed to upgraded or fixed. So that's really the key around that. We're also on in terms of renewals that not everyone's on the same cycle, so it depends on when you get your devices to when it will be renewed. So we have a number of sort of peaks and troughs in terms of how much we're spending throughout those 3-year periods.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that, because you wouldn't renew all of them every year. They're on a 3-year cycle, is that right? So, and I guess since you pointed this out, Monique, that particular line, that's an average, because it's ups and downs, but 200,000 a year roughly, if you average it out. And if you're doing, like, let's say we've got 200 odd staff, but you're only renewing half of those, because not even pool lifeguards would get a laptop, right? So you're effectively spending on those numbers $2,000 per device if we were just doing, I'm obviously summarising and using round figures, but to me, $2,000 per device per year for only X amount, and then you're doing it year on year, can be a little excessive when you think about bulk buying and things like that. I feel like maybe it's a little bit too much, because I'm on other boards that renew this kind of stuff regularly, and it doesn't look like that.
Right. We do purchase in bulk, and we get a reasonably good price from our provider. That said, one of the things that I've been looking at recently is the types of device that we do use, and where there are opportunities to look at alternative devices, and the cost. So we are constantly reviewing that, and again, that will, as mentioned, the device prices change and fluctuate quite considerably over time. So we have to monitor that on an ongoing basis. But we don't go out and buy one device at a time from non-leavings. We buy them in bulk from a specific provider.
Through the next stage of workshops, as we get into the detail, we can bring back the assumptions to you as part of that, in terms of how, in what years, how often, every 3 years, every 5 years, and what's the assumption in terms of the spend on each one, so that you can see it in a bit more detail, because we do have that.
Any other questions on this slide?
Can you give us a bit more of a breakdown on the capital cost of implementation of digital strategy? With it as a one line, what's the capital cost, given that I assume most of the cost of its implementation is OPEX instead of CAPEX?
So the next slide does actually break it down a little bit, but one of the things that we've had to do in this particular area is because of the change in accounting rules, it means we cannot capitalize certain portions anymore. So, as an example, if we bought software, 5 years ago, we would actually get it on a disk, stick it in, it's ours, we own it, we could capitalize it. But what's happened since is that the ruling was made that if the vendor still owns the product and we pay to use it, that's their product. We cannot capitalize it anymore. So this particular line, Councillor Rogan, refers to those parts that we can capitalize, but because those costs are unknown at the moment, this line has been set at that limit because it could come in lower or it may not be used. But we need to have that because in the event that it is needed, then that's likely what it would actually cost, because it would be the fact that our people are using our time and our resources to build HTC specific knowledge, which cannot be rolled out to another council. In that case, that is the things we could capitalize.
Do you want to just maybe touch on what kind of stuff we'll be doing in the digital space that'll be improvements that are happening?
There's a couple of slides in that space that will cover that.
So this is just an overview of our operating funding. Just like the other ones you've seen, it's actual budgets and a comparison for what we said last year when we set the budgets to what we're saying this year. You can see that there's a fairly big year-on-year increase of 922,000, and majority of that actually falls into two categories: the professional services and software. But you'll see in the next slide how we break it down. But 300,000 of that is actually now, it was CapEx, but we need to treat it as OpEx. I'll just go to the next slide. So this is where you can see that. So fourth line down from the top, capital investments debt funded. So those are basically the license costs that were originally approved as part of the last LTPA as CapEx, but we do need to expense it now. Also need to point out that 122,000 of those costs was actually transferred from different parts of the organization, and that's basically where we want to centralize all software and license costs, and that's essentially to prevent duplication and to ensure that we're actually getting the best prices when we're renewing, because a few of our people, like Steve, actually have those networks and can negotiate those best prices. We've even got, as you can see right up the top, we've got the new software licenses that were actually approved as part of the LTPA as expenditure, but we've also got the unbudgeted items, and that's essentially solutions that were identified after that approval round that we needed to meet changing business needs.
Just a couple in that space. ePlan is an example. So after the implementation of the ePlan, ongoing license costs sit at around 65,000 for that application to continue on, as well. Antenno sits in that space as well. So those are just to give you a flavor of some of those applications and what they are.
I'm just going to stay on the slide. So for the professional services that I highlighted earlier, so again, those were the costs that would have originally been captured as part of CapEx, and and as Steve mentioned earlier, it's also to identify, it's also to address the maybe limited lack of investment in our area. So functionally, the first one, functionally segregating reporting and database server. To do that means we are also in line with best practice, because the GCSB actually published guidelines that if it's data related, you should not keep it on your same service as everything else. It must be separated, and that actually protects us from attacks like DDoS, which is what Waikato endured. So, do you have something to add to that?
No, it's okay. I think, in general, I think it may be helpful through some of the ongoing conversations. Would you guys do you want to get to a level where you start to understand what software we hold, in terms of detailed schedules of the types of software we have? I mean, in terms of some may, and in some areas, some want to dig a little bit further, and that's fine. Okay, but in a broad sense, conscious that the costs are increasing. Yeah, please.
So in the past, elected members, those who were interested, were invited upstairs. Do you remember that session? And it was handy, and Sam made some really good suggestions, I recall, about the stream. Yeah. You said you. Oh, well, you can talk for yourself, but I think that type of thing, rather than just describing, it's good to just have a look upstairs and a demonstration. That's all. That would be my preference, rather than the talk show.
Sure, we can manage that. Yeah. Okay, we might move on to the next slide then.
All I was going to ask was, through the zero budgeting process and the consolidation of all this, did you identify some opportunities where groups were having the same software, and so you've been able to remove some duplication or find some savings by taking that centralised procurement? Because that's kind of you'd hope that that's where this model's heading, right? Because these have come out of budget lines, out of units, which is why it looks like a big increase, but it's taken from there, putting it there. And so it would just be understanding, with the exception of those other new softwares, what does the increase actually look like in real terms? And I think it's kind of explained there. So I don't think we need any more. Well, I don't need any more information, but just that assurance around the zero-based would be useful.
Just on that, yeah, absolutely. That's something that we're looking at. In terms of the duplication, we've identified areas where there is some duplication. We haven't done anything about that yet, but that's certainly on the plan. But what we've also done is identified software solutions or third-party software solutions that we're using that we could actually potentially build ourselves in-house using our Microsoft 365 ecosystem, which we're also building into that plan to realise the savings. Yeah.
Just quickly on that one. Actually, Mark, you go ahead first.
I just wanted to jump on that terminology because that could be wildly misinterpreted. When we say build, we're not bringing in developers and custom coding our own widgets. We're taking commoditized software and configuring it using good practices to try and provide fit-for-purpose solutions that are good enough in our context, rather than going and buying the Porsche for that particular solution feature. Yeah.
And just in regards to the one where we talked about software that may be a duplication that we're aware of, asset management software. So one of your questions earlier around Hanson, for example, IPS, great tool. It's going to really improve the way that we asset manage. RAM is something we need to use for roading. In our property space, we have a separate asset management software, which we could look to implement IPS for that, as look to streamline the way that we use the asset management software pieces. So that's one example of some of the areas where we're aware of. Also, through the process, we have the likes of, we had some project management software that was in the cloud that was being used, and it was nice to have, but could cost up to $50,000 a year. We don't use that anymore. Through this budget, that's not here, because things like some of our Microsoft application that Mark's helping to bring the competency up on are that actually we realize we can do a lot of our program management through that tool rather than having a separate one online. So just to give you a bit of a flavor.
can I give another example as well, just to create some useful context, I hope. The story basically goes, one of the areas we wanted to improvement around is the way we're doing and creating visibility and tracking our procurement processes. And there are lots of very good online cloud services for doing that at a high end. And in time, we may look to invest in one of those. But to get to that point where we really understand that, we're taking advantage of some of the capabilities of 365 to create again, a solution that is a whole lot better than having nothing, but is maybe not the end game. And so that is informing and increasing our capability in that space. Now, we may out of that prove, you know what, that's actually fit for purpose for what we need. And so we may be saving money there that we were never going to save because we didn't go out and buy that end solution. So we are actively looking at that, and under the digital workplace program and the engagement starting early next year that I touched on, where we're going group by group, team by team. That's a really important opportunity for us to start building those relationships and understandings of what are the candidates for things out there in the business that can better utilise the tools that we've got. So it's a really strong focus for us.
Well, so like one example was last week during the activity management plan in Parks and Property, there was a line around I think it was a tool for lease and property management or something like that. Yeah. And so is that the kind of thing that you would look, rather than necessarily just making the assumption that you would buy a software product off the shelf, you either outsource it or you build it yourself using the existing capability?
And with that, it is absolutely a fine line between sort of not fit for purpose Kiwi DIY, which we don't want, and making sure we're getting that tipping point right between taking a more modern approach that says, hey, let's prove that we can't get a good outcome with what we've got. And through that process, we will be that much more informed about what we do need to go out and purchase. So that's a real pattern that we're trying to adopt.
So just on that as well, one of the other things that we've done in my Natasha's role was establishing her team created within information services was for those sorts of projects that are identified throughout the business, rather than sort of like Parks and Property as your example, going off and buying that solution for themselves and then coming to sort of implementing it or pressing go on the website that says install here. We're actually putting a framework around that, and along with the procurement team and the new procurement framework, we're putting in those processes in place to ensure that we're investing in the right tools and going to the right providers and things, so that we're not ending up with a bunch of solutions that cost a lot of money that we never even knew about until after the fact, and we already had one sitting in the back end. So there's a lot of work being done in that space to build that capability around those frameworks and putting in the appropriate policies and procedures around how we actually do this.
Councillor Boyle, you had a question there?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Procurement portal that you've just mentioned, we had an asset management plan from Comms last week that mentioned they wanted to buy the procurement portal through Open Cities. I had a little chat with Monique about this. Can I have some clarity on where are we doing the self-built 365 procurement portal? Are we buying the Open Cities solution? I can have that answer later. It just seems conflicting to hear it from two different parties in two different ways. In terms of your outsourced projects, consultancy projects, given the increase in staffing and having a full team at a higher cost, why can't some of these be delivered in-house by the reporting server segregation? That's a pretty simple project in my mind that people on your team should probably be able to do. Are you still understaffed versus current workload?
In terms of the reporting and the data management space, we've had a person leave that space, and one of our key resources has left earlier in the month, and we have a lot of other an area of focus or work with our other data people. the bringing in the outsourced service providers is really a supplementary to doing it in-house. They're supporting along the way. So what we're not doing is going out to a partner or a service provider, asking them to come in and do something and then go away and leave us to it. They're working with us to develop, particularly around the data strategy and the reporting enhancements piece. It's fair to say that we don't have the full expertise and capability in the team, and so we need to bring in people to support that.
I'm just going to add to that because I'm all about the numbers, even though my addition wasn't that great. So it's not the fact that we don't have the people. It's more around the fact that we need to use the experience and the capability of people who've made this their life's work and have been in the field for 20 to 30 years. So if we have to hire someone of that experience and capability, we're looking in excess of 130 to 150,000 a year, and that's to keep them on either for a fixed term of 2 to 3 years or long term. Whereas this solution allows us to bring someone in, help us to create that content so that we can always use it going forward, and then go away, basically.
I think, Rogan, what you're looking for is some assurances that the model of internal versus external, I suppose, takes into account that efficiency and effectiveness drive. So, I think the comments are noted, and Jacinta and I can follow up on that. Nikki, do you want to answer the procurement thing? Because I agree it is a bit confusing.
So just to be really clear, on the procurement side of things, we have an internal procurement portal. That is the portal that there's been visibility to the table with regards to how our officers complete procurement plans, how that flows through to the PRG, the templates, the guidelines, the training for staff. That is the central portal for staff to access information. We have developed that also to have some enhancement and automation so that when our officers are placing into the system the value of the procurement activity they're going to undertake, it automatically generates the correct templates for them rather than them having to think about what template do I need to use. So that's the piece of work which we have built internally. The external portal is the portal that will face to the public, to our sector, to those people who may be interested in learning how they work with council, linking through into the likes of GETS and our tender system, us being able to run, if you're interested in being a preferred supplier or part of a preferred panel. That is an external facing portal, and that is what I believe has been referred to as an Open Cities. It's a website based platform. And then the third part to that is we also have been looking at what came through the Dragon's Den presentation to elected members is some of the enhanced further practice around procurement and contract management, which may be a software. We're not looking at that until we actually know whether the internal solution can meet the needs that we require or not. So just want to be really clear, there's three pieces to that puzzle. Confusing, yes, but hopefully that clarifies it.
Yeah, makes sense. Thanks.
So just touching on some of our options to reduce the budget, as I touched on earlier, we're looking at a number of different areas. A key one for us is the potential to renegotiate our print device lease contracts, so the printers that we have here in Civic and at our facilities, or multifunctional devices. We're paying quite a lot of money for those monthly. There is an opportunity to potentially reduce that spend, either through negotiating with the current provider or looking at an alternate. As mentioned earlier, changing our infrastructure as a service provider could potentially result in quite significant savings there. And then here touching on what we're talking about before, Councillor Jennings, around that rationalising applications and services. So the various software solutions that we do have that we can potentially either retire entirely as they're no longer used. As the example that Jacinta gave around Project Manager, and other solutions that we can potentially look at configuring our 365 environment or ecosystem to deliver a similar type of experience. Also looking at the pros and cons around looking at a leasing model for our computing hardware. The other option, or something that we were talking about, Jason Sadler and myself were talking about the other day, was instead of providing our staff with a mobile device, is that we give them the responsibility to have a device that can either manage 2 SIM cards or buy a second device for themselves, and we only purchase SIM cards and the associated account. That was just a top of head thought the other day, so we haven't done a lot of thinking into that around the pros and cons, but certainly it just again illustrates that we're constantly looking at where we can make savings. The last one there, again, just to highlight that we're not all just about IT and information services, that we do have other areas. And in terms of reducing our budget, we currently cover all postage cost and PO box mail clear-outs. We also cover off-site storage for our physical records. They're held in Archive Central up in Fielding, and we purchase the sort of more generic across the board stationery items for the organisation. So again, looking at how much we're spending on postage per year, how much we spend in off-site storage, there's particularly savings that we can make in that space by reducing the amount of storage, but that comes at a cost in terms of paying upfront for destruction. So there are opportunities, and we are constantly looking. When we originally presented to ELT, the question was asked is how could we potentially reduce our budget by 400,000 as a nominal amount. So this is kind of what that looks like, just as an illustration. Natasha, do you want to talk through that one again?
So wherever potential savings were identified, the budget has already been reduced to reflect that. And where we had savings within the existing budget, we've actually already applied that to the cost to offset anything more that we would need. We've basically got 2 key areas of operating expenditure: software and licensing costs and professional services. Identifying a further 400,000 on top of that in savings means that we can only take it out of one of these 2 areas, but it's more what risks are actually going to follow that. So one is that if we reduce it now, it still means that when it comes down to actuals, we are looking that we could possibly overspend by that amount next year. We also have reputational, potential financial risks, health and safety risks. One of the key things we could do is actually look to limit new software solutions where possible and encourage users to either look at what we can do in-house before we actually go out to purchase things. And like I said earlier, we have actually realized some of those savings in the budgets, and there's the 5 pieces of software that we have actually identified. And as Steve said earlier, we could look to renegotiate the print lease, and if we did that and went with a particular supplier, we could save 75,000 with that alone.
So I think for us, the 2 big ones is the print. So we're actively working from a procurement perspective through the Olive government with Nikki and Ben to try and get that sorted so that we can change, and as well on the cloud service for where our servers are to do that as well, so that they're actively in progress. They just haven't been finalised and identified as something that we can definitely progress with yet, but are actively in train, which would be in the sort of a couple 100,000 range. So that's probably everything.
I just wanted to add, maybe it's not within the scope of this activity, so tell me if I'm wrong, but like I understood the business was investing quite a bit in digitisation of records, and I get the value of that, right? Particularly where it improves customer experience. Like one day we'll be able to go onto our website if you want a limb, you'll be able to pay your money and get it instantly because it's already been uploaded. But there's this trade-off, right, between storing hard copy records and accessing them when you need them versus digitizing in case you need them. And so, like, are we, in terms of savings or phasing that work around digitization, is there any opportunity in that space? Because that seems like I know digitization is a costly exercise, and so could we slow down and save some there, and what's the impact, I guess?
Absolutely. So at the moment, particularly with those sort of legacy records, we're only digitizing as required. So there's no programs of work in place at the moment where we're systematically digitizing our hard copy. The other side of that is there's a slight nuance in terms of the difference between digitizing and digitalizing. And so what we're doing as well is looking at some current processes and things that involve hard copy forms or the process of filling something out and then scanning it into the system and data entry, whereas digitalizing is making that form available as an electronic form. The person's filling it out, and it's essentially born digital. It goes through the whole process with no paper whatsoever. So we, as part of that digital action plan and a number of other initiatives around the place, that's something that we're constantly looking at and working particularly a lot with the regulatory environment around some of those key customer interactions, and that's something that will also come through in the data work around understanding the ERP and how authority works and the capture of data and how we do that.
Thanks. Thank you. Steve, sorry, can you go back one slide? I think so. Yeah, the bottom one. Review. I know this is pretty bloody level, but review postage, offsite storage, stationery provider, etc. So, I presume that's sending out rate notices and whatever. Yeah. Do we? And this triggered me because yesterday or the day before I got a water metering bill, water consumption bill, hard copy through the post, and it's on me because I should have contacted council, so email me. I don't need a hard copy. Do we? And listen, I don't know if these costs are significant or not, but do we sort of campaign to people to try save the trees and go digital rather than us send you hard copies?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Lisa Campbell's team and the comms teams definitely promote that. One of the things that we also do is look to where we can double up. So if we are sending things out in physical form or through the snail mail, is that if we have a campaign or some other alternative information that we want to be providing with the rates notice, that we double up in that regard. But there's certainly a lot of talk and a lot of work being done in this space in terms of how much we do send out physically, and it's not cheap as well. We spend quite a bit of money on prepaid envelopes. And mail outs, and so you'll see in peaks and troughs throughout the year. The other thing is around, and this is a relatively small thing, but we pay to have our PO box cleared out every day, and so again, similar to the SIM card and phone conversation, one of the things that we were talking about the other day is why don't we go down and clear out our PO box ourselves? Why don't someone do it on the way to work, kind of thing. So those sorts of things are what we're looking at, and although it's a relatively small, negligible cost in the scheme of things, it is a cost that we can potentially save.
Okay, just to wrap up, so you may be wondering, why are we just presenting on information services and nothing else as part of this process when it was originally flagged as org miscellaneous? So really for us, the rest of our group is people focused in terms of the risk work that you regularly see coming through the committee, the finance work you see coming through the rates team, Ashley's team, the procurement work that comes through those committees. So any conversations about interest, people will come through the central conversations that you have as part of those financial strategy budgets. So the key reason why this has been presented to you today is it's the key enabling area for us in terms of how we help
the business to make sure that we can get things done. So we felt it was important that you had good visibility on this, and particularly around that capital and digital work program. So thank you. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks. Steve, Mark. I'll just say one more thing. Sorry, it's just to extend the invite, as was mentioned, that if anyone does want to come and have a conversation or wants to see some of this stuff in action, they're more than welcome to contact me, and we can arrange that.
My care gets hectic enough. Thanks, Steve, Mark, and Natasha. Look, whatever car we're driving, it's got to have petrol, and the tyres are going to be pumped up so that it keeps moving. So, yeah, I appreciate the work that you do, and behind the scenes, because it's not that visible to us in a lot of ways. So, I know you keep the organisation ticking along really well. Thank you.
And so now we are moving from to that bridging part that we've had the activity discussions, and we're moving towards the 29th of November, which is the big day that we bring everything back to you. So as what we are working towards is to bring you on the 29th updated financials, the big picture, a draft financial infrastructure strategy, development contributions, the consolidated picture of SSPs, and we'd start that off by bringing the early engagement feedback to you. So you've got the feedback from the community on those early questions that we asked about direction and the others, and then presenting that information there. So to focus our time and energy as officers between now and then, we'll be asking you to signal where we can discount some rates envelopes so that we can develop up packages that you do wish to see and to consider. So to get there, and the purpose of focusing that energy is so that on the 13th of December, the Lock the Doors workshop, you will have been able to give us direction on the issues and options to be prepared for the consultation material. So with those envelopes, it includes options on rates to discuss with the community. And just popped a note there, as you'll know, it's not the actual decisions that comes later, but it's the indications for the consultation material. So to get there, we wanted to just recap what we've heard from you, to ask if there's any other questions, and then we'll head into those rates envelopes. So this, we've pulled out direction that we've received from you over the last 2 weeks for the different activities, and we'll be giving you a consolidated list of this. Emma's just going to add the direction that we've had for today, and that will be added into your portal so that you've got that there as one document. So if you just have a quick read through there, this is the information that's come through to you in your updates at the end of the week as well. So we've heard on all of those: community infrastructure, solid waste, property, compliance. And then, as we draw it all together, we wanted to just pause and ask whether you had any other questions, whether there was anything that you'd been waiting to ask once you'd heard about all of the activities. And then the next slide is those rates envelopes for you to consider.
So it probably just relates to something I raised during the community development activity management plan, which is around, we've obviously got a number of groups that we fund at the moment through our annual budgets. And then there was a reference there to some regular grants that could be switched to 3-year contracts. We've already got some that have the 3-year contracts, as I understand it. there's other groups where there's annual funding, or they come to us every LTP or annual payment cycle and ask, can we have funding? And I just wondered whether there should be early conversations with those groups to understand, and not agree to, but understand what those expectations might be, because I know that they might not be significantly material, but they could be material in the context of that budget line. And so, because if we're going to all of a sudden have a budget request in March or June, it'll be March next year, where it kind of is unexpected, it can throw out the budget. So the earlier we have signals from our groups whether they're going to be pitching for additional funding or what they might be seeking for the coming LTP, that would be a useful exercise. I don't know how hard that is, but
Yeah, so are you thinking, Sam, like the Surf Life Saving, Crime Prevention Camera Trust, neighbourhood support, yeah. So I wonder if kind of depending on what the mood of the table is, we could reach out to those where we have a specific agreement with them and kind of summarise where we are at with the LTP and ask them for whether there's any early steer they're wanting to provide to council. I just wonder whether we do expand it slightly to some of those organisations where we might not currently be directly funding them, but we know that they regularly are coming to the table and seeking council support on things. So an example I would give is, say, their River Trust, who have, they've actually already this week sent a draft submission to Councillor Tamihana and Alan and I, we'll circulate it. But there's probably 10 organisations, right? And we could send a general, this is where we're at. We can do that.
because I don't know how material it's going to be. That's what I don't know about.
And I'm not sure we'll have it for the 29th, but it will help. Yeah. I wonder to help kind of shape the interest of any other feedback you want to give us ahead of us going away and doing the work that needs to be done prior to the 29th. So where we're at is we're currently focused on two dual kind of financial parts of the system. We're doing a big reforecasting exercise at the moment, and that is so that for the December council meeting we can bring to you with confidence an update on our financial position for the current year. And that's important for a number of reasons, not just because of the importance of financial management and not having an operational deficit because of controlled costs, but also because that reforecast will help us test where some things in our long-term plan budget might not make sense. And then secondary to that, obviously we've presented a whole lot of numbers and a whole lot of really, really good work that the team's put together over the last few months. And during the budget panel conversations we had inside the organisation, there were requests for additional work to be done or certain things to be removed or added. And so there's work taking place to make sure that that is all collectively uploaded into the budget system. But then our intention is to, based on the feedback you've given through the workshops over the last 3 weeks, essentially reflect that in the model. And so where it is a really obvious change or it's a discrete change. So that doesn't mean we're going to remove $1 million from the community facilities budget, but we have asked the team to find the 200k savings and model that in our budget. But then what, in addition to that, what Jacinta is developing is, I think I called it Rogan's spreadsheet inside the organisation this week. So let's just call it Rogan's spreadsheet, which is not going to be perfect, but is going to provide elected members an opportunity for you individually to go through and give your voice to particular options that have come through the workshops in the last 3 weeks, as well as some additional options that the executive leadership team are going to shape on Monday morning in our finance session, in order to try and or see whether there's some consensus, but B, in order to help assist ELT in packaging some options up. And the way, so if you kind of recall our LTPA process, we were in a pretty privileged position if we think back to it now, where we got to talk about like a bit here and a bit here and a bit here, but where we are based on our current rates increase, like we're not going to be able to talk about a bit here or a bit here or a bit here. We're going to have to talk about a whole lot of bits together and what the options are for them. And so we're keen to help come up with some packages of options for council. And that doesn't mean you can't shift something out of a package and put it into a different package, but just trying to, I suppose, acknowledge the sentiment, I think, of the conversation that we started these budget kōreros about, which is that this isn't about tinkering around the edges. Like, there's going to need to be some fundamental things in order for us to shift to a different place than we are currently. So what we might talk through is the budget envelopes, and would be really keen to A, check in everyone's clear on process and what we're doing, but B, take any advice or suggestions that councillors might have on other things you would like us to model or shape up. But I'll just take your question, Councillor Tukapua.
The anything else, I have 2 things, and this won't be new to the table. The first one is following the work you're doing and advice you'll provide around progressing fluoridation or not. If that does continue, I was looking for what it costs to put in the non-fluoridated tap. So just checking that's not lost in the mix, and it might come down to sequencing. The second thing is the butterfly pathway, seed funding in order to go to third parties and other grants. There's a couple of ways we can do that, and it doesn't have to be new money straight from LTP. Some suggestions have been, if better off funding projects underspend, we could potentially use some of that. There's a range of those that hopefully might fall short, but the other way is like with the Livinable project, Lincoln Park, there was some parcels of land in Livin that require sale that the proceeds can't go towards debt because they're in a different category, reserve stock. And those monies, if retained by council, have to be used on social good and community projects. Otherwise, it goes back. That was my understanding. So potentially, that's another bit of money just to provide the butterfly pathway, because the total cost of that, based on estimates from officers, was 150 overall. But while we were only looking for the seed portion to go to a grant, and then should it not require the seed, then there would be no money transferred. We get the whole lot from a third party. So I'm just flagging that that's what we're looking at, and depending on, Monique will know at the end of the day where it needs to sit, but it may need to go in a line somewhere in the LTP.
We'll note that and do some work on some options. I think that idea of introducing a capital line, just like hypothetically 40k as seed funding, on the notion that if we don't get the additional 110 from other funders, we don't use the 40, because but it's going to be easier for us to find funding from others if we've got a council contribution. We can also look at the Jubilee Park investment over the 20 years and see how that might, see how the.
Okay, so this is a little bit of a taster before you get into your into Rogan's model next week. So we've got essentially the thinking is, and it'd be good to get your views that individually we would really like your views on what envelope you're comfortable with, and so you'll see in terms of some of what that comes back with is to get an understanding of, and this is a starter, but between 7.5 and 21, potentially 21% or higher than 21%. Where do you all individually think you would be comfortable going out with a rates increase for consultation? To give you a bit of an idea, the rates is currently sitting at roughly 22%. So in terms of final, there's always refinement and review as we go along. So in this case, it's gone up slightly before we consider any savings.
Is that including with the recycling direction last week? Because that's significant, right?
Just to flag for me for simplicity, it's a little bit easier to leave it at the version that I delivered to you at Foxton, and then to provide all the options as one big group to then select based on.
At a really high level, the recycling change takes us from 22 to 24. At a really high level, just don't hold us completely accountable for that number, but it's about that.
Are there any other big ticket items?
Well, it's that and the landfill, the shift from 20 years to 10 years, that adds about 0.4%.
So it's about 2.5%, 5%.
But it's about 2%. It's about an additional 2%, 2 to 2.5%.
And while you signalled those ones, there are other big signals that you gave around, for example, funding balanced budget, where you want to head with that they all are together options around choosing to fund operational costs through borrowings really at the end of the day or not. And so it's about which ones you want to consider as part of it. So to give you
so Meg just mentioned the landfill debt conversation. I was going to signal earlier that there's something I'm going to want to test pretty firmly with this table, because it's a 0.4, as you just said. It's roughly 200k in dollar terms. I'm just questioning the wisdom of even thinking we're going down that track.
Yeah, and we're not looking for council's given us some direction, and our job is to frame up all those options and then try to package that up into some envelopes, in order for councillors to think about collective impact of all of that stuff when we think about our financial levers of level of service, a balanced budget, and operational savings. But I think because we put the envelopes up at the start of the conversation, right, 3 weeks ago, and over the last 3 weeks, you've got a really good feel for the pressures on the business, the pressures on our infrastructure, and the inflationary environment we're operating in, particularly noting interest rates and depreciation. One of the things that I was keen to try and establish from today's workshop was to get a steer for council around, are there any envelopes that you could rule out right now? And the rationale for that being that there's a lot of time and energy that's going to need to go into trying to model and match 6 envelopes that have quite significant impacts depending, whatever way you look at it. And so if council were able to narrow its guidance and steer to us as officers, I'm confident that will create a better result in terms of the robustness of the advice we then bring to you on the 29th.
Sorry, just flagging clearly I need a bit more sleep last night. That number number on the left up there, I think it's round the wrong way, so apologies for that. Where you go from
So
you go from 2.1 to 3.7 to 7.6 to 11, not the other way around. So the 7.6 and the 11 are round the wrong way.
Swap the 7.6 and the 11 around.
Oh, sweet. I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to roll out the first two straight away, and we can start the discussion from there.
Bin everything and keep the first two. Oh, sorry. I mean the first two on the left. Yeah. Keep. Bin the rest. Dump the rest.
I see that. It's the first time I've seen you on the left one. Gotcha.
So I think you said 3 weeks ago, that when looking at the big envelope, 21 plus, 18% of that was interest, depreciation, energy costs, all those sorts of things. Yeah. So just help me here with financial lever 2 currently sits in relation to these envelopes, because that's an option, isn't it? Increasing debt by funding some of that by debt. Is that a real option? And if it is, what are the expenses? What is the? Because I mean, I know we're cringing, and I'm cringing saying it, but this is unprecedented times. I've never seen anything like this in my time on council, and I've never been thinking in an environment where we've had the economic environment we've currently got. So I just wanted a little bit of guidance around that to help frame that thinking.
Yes, I guess that option's there because the table's asked for that option to be there. And ultimately, in terms of the levers that you've got between rates and debt, if you want to bring rates down without making significant cuts to services, then that's about the only way that you would get there. But it's really important in that context that you understand the impact that it has on debt and on our financial strategy limits and on our credit rating in terms of that decision. Because while council, it might seem like council hasn't been here before, I can almost guarantee that this table, this room, not now, but has been here before and may not have had the conversation with the table at the time. But it is in the cycles of economics, you definitely reach points. But it might, where we are in a tricky spot is in terms of the growth where we're at in relation to growth and the investment that we need to make, is that those previous decisions are catching up with us now. And so it's a really hard balance between what we do with rates and debt.
I think to your question, Ross, around what are those levers, that the levers around debt are very limited because our balance sheet is reaching its limits. There are a couple of other options around underfunding depreciation, which of course that's not going to be our professional advice, but I know this is tricky because it's a focus on numbers, but we tried to at a really high level say, well, that number comes with a significant level of service change. It comes with a lever of where we say we don't have a balanced budget, and it comes with some pressure on organisation costs, the detail of which we will go away and develop based on some of the guidance you've given us over the last 3 weeks, but also about some other options that might come on the table. But all of those options require an unbalanced budget. So nothing. We've not presented you a balanced budget because we're currently the 21% or 22% is debt funding, Three Waters operational costs, debt funding, recycling, and still underfunding depreciation.
So sorry, further to that conversation then, given a lot of this, the debt it's driven by infrastructure, Three Waters, blah, blah, blah. And that's, as we know, it's currently up in the air. At what point, and has there been any signal through
Local Government New Zealand, through the conversations you're having, Bernie, at a certain level, with other councils as well, what that 3 waters, affordable waters, whatever they go call it, is going to look like. Because I did read something the other day that from a commentator, I can't remember who it was, but a pretty well-respected one, that thinks or at least the National Party's current thinking is very much along the lines of the gold submissions. So, at what point do we get a bit of a steer through, like Government New Zealand, etc., that what that 3 waters could look like in terms of shared funding, all that sort of stuff that's going to help. What I'm saying is how late can we leave, or how do we can't leave. How can we build that potential support coming into that's going to affect all this anyway? It's just really difficult.
Yeah, so we're not going to know for a little while the direction of 3 waters, but we know that there is legislation drafted to repeal the current legislation, and that the new government, we need to wait for the new government to kind of send some signals, but the signals to date have been that there will be a period of engagement and consultation with local councils and some direction given to councils that mirror the 1982 Energy Repeal Act, and is likely going to give councils 12 months from the point in time legislation comes into force, which may not be until July next year, to find a sustainable way forward. And so that's why we have commenced work in the Manawatu and commenced work in the Wellington about what's our plan B, C, D or Z. We cannot assume, nor I think we should rely on any clear guidance or any financial reassurance going into this long-term plan. And that's why, Bernie and I have been in Wellington the last couple of weeks and off to Zone 3 tomorrow. Like when I talk to my colleagues, everything is sitting between, it's about 17% and 48% rates increases is what councils are talking about. I've heard one council in the low tens, and they're currently removing 200 staff from their organisation. They are an organisation of 970 staff. So, like, the funding and financing crisis is real. We've got it in front of us. It's just how we navigate that in the absence of clear direction on 3 waters. In the short term, at least, we might know more in 12 months' time. What we've got to try and get through is year 1 of the LTP.
Could I ask about? So you're quite keen for us to rule out some options, which I think is sensible. But so, if the direction was, for example, keep the most extreme option at both ends and a middle option, does that actually help or not? Do you need more refinement? So, like, if it was a choice between, because I think that we do need to have a conversation with our community, which is like, if you're expecting a rates increase that's in line with inflation, CPI, which is like about 7.5, then this is what it looks like. But actually, so that's where I'm sort of inclined to, I'm keen to take forward an option that looks like that 7.5, so that people really understand what that looks like and what it means, and then something like the 18 and the 21, so that there's kind of like a pretty black and white comparative. You can do a black and white comparative assessment, but keen to hear, so I just don't know if that's helpful in terms of taking forward options. Is that or not? Are you trying to narrow it up to get them?
Yeah, it's a good point, Sam, because in my I think if council could agree on 3 to 4 envelopes that we focus our energy and investment into, I suppose in my mind, and if I was offering you advice, my advice would be discount the top, discount the bottom, and you focus on the 10 to 18. Would that be easier for us? I don't know if it matters, does it? Versus if you said 7.5 10, 15 or 7.5, 10, 18. It would be easier. Yeah, I think the table narrowing down some options, that in itself is helpful.
Well, I'll take Ellen's lead and say top 2 off. Last 2.
Take them off.
Mm.
So is it taking that option of 10 to 18, which and I'm actually quite happy to do the 21, but 10 to 18, I get it. Yeah. Is it to that end and further perhaps look at it, mitigating those that buy some debt, increasing, using debt as some component of particularly the 18, I guess. What does that look like, built into the mix? Is that possible?
I think you can expect that for all of those options, we'll have to bring back some advice around debt depreciation in order to get to some packages.
Look, I can certainly live with the 10 to 18. I do wonder about the 21%, which is about, and it's a scary as hell figure, we know that, but it's saying to the community, in reality, if you like our council and what we are delivering and what we can continue to deliver, this is the cost, let's have a conversation. So that's why I'm more inclined to sort of look at 10, 18, 21.
The higher we go, the more I want to see a balanced budget, though, because I'm really worried that our community, if they are going to be stuck with a 15 to 25% increase and we still can't balance the budget, then we're sending a terrible message around financial prudence and management. So for me, the 21 really is probably unacceptable at this stage. I'd like to rule that out because I don't think, while we can send a message that if we did nothing and levels of service were maintained, that's what it would look like. But here we are signalling in this economic climate, we are trying to balance our budget and make levels of service changes to ensure that, the other factor is, of course, community affordability comes into it as well, and that's why I wouldn't like to see a 20%. My feeling is that we possibly start at 7.5, so we show them how much of a difference it would make if we actually had to take those sorts of real service cuts, but finish at the 18. So I'd like 7.5, 12.5, 18 would be my 3. No. Exactly, it's unrealistic. I agree, and normally I would say take it off, but the community have to be aware of the difference that would make, because I don't want people turning up here at submission saying I can't afford 7. It's got to be 7.5%, and because the question then will be, what do you want us to do that? Do you want us to shut libraries? Do you want us to, all those other things that?
But yes, I guess I think it's part of the reason Sam's talking, or David talking about the 21. It's the same argument, but at that end, this is reality, folks, and it's a horrible, scary number. I know it is, but this is reality. What do you want us not to do? Because it's not just us around the table in this; it's the whole community's in this. Lots of stuff.
Just my one. So I would personally ditch the 7.5 and I'd ditch the 21 and 21 plus, and I'd concentrate on the 3, the 10 to the 18. And I think that still gives capacity there, or enough room there to actually make those decisions. I'm very realistic that it probably needs to be towards the higher end, if not more than 18, to be to be realistic, because
once you start cutting services and internal resources, it's pretty hard to turn the light switch on again when the financial environment's probably more favourable, right? So probably those three.
Yeah, I'd echo the same. Maybe even the slightly higher bracket. Yeah, anywhere from 12 to 20 is fine with me.
Because this isn't about saying where you personally sit.
No.
Comfort. This is about what options you want the team to model in order to put on the table to potentially go to consultation with.
Yeah, I would like my model to have loss of service level being pulled, which 18 and 21 don't have. I want to see a change in service levels.
And that's just to flag that individually in the model, we'll be asking you to choose your particular preference in terms of a preferred rates increase, and then choose which options you would like to select to get down. Because what that will do is, we'll need to still do work to package that up, but it will give us a really good steer of where everyone in the table is at in relation to each option. So it's good to get a flavour today, but as part of that, we will be asking for your preferences as well around a particular preferred level, as well as ranges, so that we can then understand what you would like to see changed to get down to that level.
And just to be clear, on the 13th of December, we have to go out with a preferred option.
The 13th of December is your last workshop prior to Christmas, and I would like officers to have a very clear direction on what your preferred budget is in order for us to then shape up consultation and prepare documentation for audit for the new year. And so look, whether it's 10 or 11 or 15 or 14 or 18 and 19, this is, I'm just trying to get a steer so that I can focus our team.
I like the idea of going back to the community and saying, this is the stark reality. This is the loss of service you can expect. The problem with that, as much as that is democracy, is that I'd be concerned over the feedback we get in the numbers. And in the end, we've been elected to lead. So, I don't know that it's, getting 100 people come back and say, oh no, well, I don't care, I don't want my booms mowed. So we can, to come up with a rates increase of 10% or whatever, that's not representative. So in the end, as much as we like it or we don't, I think we're here to represent, and we'll have to make that tough call.
Interesting. Then I was just sitting here and I think to myself, because when I hear people say about the 7.5% is not realistic, then I think to myself, well, why don't you put it out at 0? Because what's the difference between 0 and 7.5%, and what does it look like? Because I'm figuring out it probably doesn't look any different. But I'm probably leaning more towards definitely getting rid of the last two. And that's probably all I'm at the moment. Yeah. Just remove the 21 and 21 plus, but I suppose I'm really sounding Sam about how many are impacted by the decision we're going to make, and what I'm actually really thinking about is our lower income families, because how this impacts them is different to how it impacts someone that's in a medium and a higher wage salary or home, income home. And I think that a larger proportion of our district fall into the first category. And so in my mind, I'm thinking about how I support the biggest part of the community that are the most impacted, and hence why I threw in the 0.
but I'll just leave it there as a comment. Look, having listened to all the points of view in the conversation, I just want to test whether or not, because we need to have three options, let's say, to do some work about what that looks like, whether 10, 15 and 18 probably sort of meets most people's expectation. I know it doesn't totally fit the people of each extreme, but I wonder if that provides a useful next step.
Let's get the team to come up with the exact numbers on the range 10 to 18. And just in response to Justin's comments, totally agree. If there's anyone sitting around this table thinking about our low income people, we shouldn't be here. Simple as that. But we've got some realities in front of us as well. So for me, it's around that 10, 18. I agree with David.
Because if we focus our attention on the three packages being, let's say it's three packages somewhere in the 10 to 18 mark, the reality is that as we build the options, there will be additional options that you can always, hypothetically, let's say that council, you see the impact of what it takes for us to get to 10%, which is finding $7.7 million of operational costs. So that's significant change in level of service. As part of that, no doubt we'll give you some options within options. So, I think it doesn't discount the additional conversation in the next few weeks about, to get from 10% down to 8% would be this as well. It's more just about trying to I suppose get away from we talk about bits and silos rather than how do those bits come together and form a package for our community in terms of their experience and impact.
Again, not saying I advocate for this, but don't we need to include the 21 because that was our starting point before going through all the activity management plans? That was our starting point in terms of the 18 plus the 3 that was put forward, and now we're building all the buttons inside the spreadsheet that we're turning on and off, and so we need to see what is relative to that. But I could be wrong. It's just
I hear you too, but I think that's why they wanted to steer from the table today.
Obvious as we show you what the impact is of getting to 18% when you see the level of service impact or the financial levers you need to pull to get to 18%, particularly given that we're at 24 now. So that's we need to find a 6%, which is 3 mil. I know this is a hard conversation, and particularly when you don't have the detail, and so this is just to give us guidance so that we can go away and frame up some detail in order for you then to give us further guidance over the next few weeks. Sorry.
Do you think you've heard enough to follow a 3 in that? I guess going back to Bernie's point, it would be great if we could balance the budget. It's rare, but what would be great is what I'd say about it. Affordability, though, that's why I don't want to entertain upwards of 20, because that's just the average, right? Some people will pay more than 20. Okay, so this is just a range, really, and this is just you've talked about what other councils are looking at. Some aren't even doing LTPs as we know it, Hawke's Bay and them, but the economy's not great. Globally, it's not great, and this is just an extension of that. Interest rates are ridiculous, and until that's under some control, which I hope will be managed in the next, 12 to 18 months plus, 3 years, just going, okay. some of this levels of service cuts, why can't we just say to community that for this period of time, it's just a reduction for now, it's not forever. And really, I don't know about you, but when I go to the supermarket, it pains me to see families not being able to get everything that they need. If you've driven past, thank God I drive past the food bank. I don't have to stop there, but the lines are getting huge. And when mothers are with their babies in the queue and they have to put stuff back, or they can't, my trolley's okay, and I just feel for them. This is real. Okay, you might think, low incomes, they don't own houses, they pay rates, they pay it through their rent, and it just keeps going up. And we've got to meet them halfway. I know we're not a bank, but I just will not entertain upwards of 20.
Thanks, Pity. And I'm sure we can all share stories about the impact we can see it having on our community. Would it be fair to say that in the guidance you're giving around the no more than 18, that in that higher end, being that kind of 18 mark, could I just test with the table, what's more important? Is it more important that we balance the budget at 18 than we do reduce levels of service?
And I just want to, just expectation wise, we are moving towards balancing the budget in 3 or 4 years. We absolutely will not be balancing the budget at 22%. Just to be really clear, we are moving in a very good trajectory towards fully balancing by about year 4 or 5. But we absolutely will not be balancing the budget with that high increase. So I just wanted to make sure it wasn't misunderstood, that's all.
Absolutely. I think the point I was trying to make was that, would you rather go backwards from a financial prudence perspective at 18%, or would you rather cut levels of service? Just to give me a bit of a steer for when we're shaping up that 18%, are we pulling more financial levers, or are we more focusing our attention on levels of service at the 18?
I want to focus on levels of service, and that comes into our whole community well-being stuff. So that's my preference.
You want to focus on retaining it. Okay. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. The way you framed that was really confusing. Yeah.
Jacinda, I suppose the difference though between having a deficit of $1 million as against $8 million, or this year was what, 11? Is pretty big. So, if we are having rates increases double digits and higher, and yet we still can't balance the books, I don't know what sort of message that's sending to our community in terms of the way that we operate. And I don't know whether that's, great. So, although I do agree with David. I mean, if we can keep levels of service at that higher end, I would prefer to do that.
Just to clear, other than the decision around waters, we have been doing well over the last few years, as we have been heading towards in the right direction that we set as part of the financial strategy. The cost of water increases have meant that we haven't been able to get as far towards the balance as we would have hoped, but we have been heading in the right direction. It's just interest costs are the biggest, as they are for every family. It's that particular one, and that's one that we may be able to frame up in a different way in terms of the thinking around interest costs and the additional interest costs that we are facing and families are facing, upwards of $200 and $300 a week for some families. Is that particular one is maybe ring fencing that in the conversation to understand how we can soften the impact of those interest costs potentially, because we don't know for sure, but indications are in the sort of 3 to 4 year period that we'll see some reprieve from that. Yeah.
Just the other thing, I know you've said that we've already insulated ourselves through our budget around potential revaluation effects next year in terms of depreciation. But that does freak me out that next year we could have significant increase in the values of our assets and therefore we have to depreciate them at a higher rate, and that will immediately throw out some of these figures, like because it's with potentially millions of dollars.
So we have built that into the budget. The estimated impact, I think it's 5%, 6% in those years. So we have assumed a level of asset increase into the numbers, absolutely, because otherwise you're right, it would have hit us a lot harder. So we definitely have assumed a level of increase in the depreciation for that. It is really tough. The interest rates is the biggest kicker for us. Yeah.
I suppose the part that I get probably more so concerned is, so we're talking about a rates increase district-wide, but what we don't capture as part of this conversation is those other increasing costs out there on our district. So, they're going to have a bill at the door now for rates, but we're also increasing fees, libraries, swimming pools. This council have no control over waste management in this district, which means we have no control on how to keep those costs down for our community. Like it just goes on and on and on. I'm sorry, but I struggle with this conversation because I don't feel like those things are linking. I don't feel like we're encapsulating the bigger cost on our community because we're only sitting here talking about an LTP, but we're not taking into consideration those bigger costs on them at home. And it just, you start adding it up, the things that we're sitting around this table talking about, and we have no control over most of those costs that we're putting out there. That when will this council take back control of what we do here? That's really what I want to know. When will we control our community for our community?
Well, I need to respond to that, Justin, because I think we do take those things into account. Because, welcome to the tension that is local government. Because, this is the issue, right? You've got households out there that are facing increases from their Netflix subscription through their insurances, through all this kind of stuff. And so they're seeing increases in the price of those services. But why is it always local government that has to go, well, we've got those people can increase their fees, but we have to, and yes, we've got legislative obligations to consider affordability, and I think we do, and that's this is just the conversation that's coming with the community is that totally get that there's an affordability concern out there, and that's why we have to give people options so that they can make those trade-offs. What's more essential? What's more important? Essential services like water and wastewater and that, or is it? Yeah, I think it's just welcome to the world of local government. This is the trade-offs we have to make.
And in addition to that, Justin, we are giving the community the opportunity to talk to us in terms of where we sit on these sorts of things. I mean, central government, banks, power companies, they don't give any opportunity for the community to actually have a say in terms of what their price increases are. We at least consult and listen to our community. I mean, the fact that interest rates have gone up and the ANZ can still report a profit of $2.5 billion, and we're cutting services because we can't afford, we know how much of an impact a rates increase will have on them. But that's the decision that you and I will be able to make in the coming weeks and months in terms of those decisions and the impact that they have on their community. So we can pull those levers and take back control by doing, saying the levels of service will reduce so that our community possibly can or try and afford what we're going to impose on them.
This is kind of the bottom line stuff, and I would like to see, as well as or consultation with the community, really stark, blunt communication, and a lot of it, not just we're going to send out this or that, an information campaign. So really do it properly, reach as many people as we possibly can, and just deliver a really simple, blunt message. And then we've done all we can to make sure they understand what the choices are. Confusing them with endless, scenarios or options is to me, I don't think it's going to get the engagement we need. So I think we owe it to the people we represent to be completely honest and simply honest with them.
It's the whole facing the facts conversation. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that steer. I think we've got a sense of where we can focus our energy, acknowledging that what's in those envelopes doesn't need to be fixed. There's options to kind of pull things out or put things in. But so where kind of our energy goes is into commencing a deeper dive into those envelopes for the 29th of November. But it will feel like quite it might feel a little bit like a repetitive process on the 29th of November, the 6th of December, and then the 13th of December, because we'll really be wanting to make sure that over those 3 weeks we get to a position of a kind of some consensus around the table around, okay, well here are the options we're going to put to council, put to community, but here is where our preferred option is landing. And we've got some work to do just to figure out the sequencing and logistics of the 13th, because we also have a council meeting on that day. In a perfect world, we'd have a formal resolution of council that endorsed our kind of work to date and signalled the preferred option, and so we might need to have a later council meeting start time in order to have a workshop first. We'll work through that and see how we're going over the next couple of weeks. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, we'll just see.
So can you just summarise which of these envelope options you're taking forward to model, just so everyone's really clear on the same page?
So it isn't, at this stage, the model in terms of the actual budget forecasting system has the 22% sitting in it. And really for simplicity, because we haven't yet reached an option at the table, everything else is going to effectively sit as an option in the spreadsheet. And when we you will select options on, and that will come back to various envelopes. That option 1 to 20, for example, and when you select yes or no for those, that then comes back and forms some sort of a view between 10 and 18, I'm assuming, at this stage.
But in terms of the energy that will go into packaging up options that show the cumulative impact of things to get to an 18%, to get to a 15%, to get to a 10%, we're going to focus in that 10 to 18% range. But there will, to Jacinta's point, there'll be other options in your Excel sheet that you can pull out to get it below 10% if that's where the table is wanting to go. I'm sorry, Clint.
Yeah, no, look, I just wanted to, I guess as we move forward and develop the envelope piece of what options look like, I'd really be keen to see that we capture quite clearly what the trade-offs are in terms of the impacts of decisions, so that by the time we end up landing on an envelope, we're all really, really aligned that if we stuck with this option, the trade-off is that we don't spend any money on the water reservoir for another 2 years, or whatever aspect of the trade-off around the decisions we make. And I think that it kind of, in terms of looking at this envelope, having that other tangible measure around what the trade-off means, I think will be important when we do start to go to consultation or shape up. Because I think we've got to be really clear around, okay, what we're prepared to give and what that wins or loses. That's probably me.
Yeah, and probably what I would just, I think that was our intention, Clint, and what I'd just ask of the table is the nature of those trade-offs we will take based on the steer we've had over the last few weeks, plus some other stuff ELT will come up with, because it, like the way that you size things and pull it out of a business, it would make sense for it to be that. If you have an expectation that in our 10% envelope that you'd like to specifically see, I'm just making this up, by the way, closure of public toilets, tell me that you're wanting to see that in an option. Otherwise, don't expect that we're going to come with your specific thing. Because if it's not been, you've not given the signal in the last few weeks, it's the signal in the last few weeks that we're going to take the steer from.
An example, Te Tākiri closed on a Sunday. Is that what you mean?
And I think you've given us that guidance really through the sessions we've had in the last 3 weeks.
I thought just one of the counter arguments. I completely get the financial situation and the hard decisions that we've got to make, but we also need to continue to be mindful that it is circular in nature. So, decrease in interest rates, potentially in 2025 rather than 2024, but that starts happening and that has a significant onward positive impact into our communities. A government deciding to reduce income tax levels and put money into other people's pockets. Inflation starting to come down. When this does happen, which eventually from a circular nature is going to happen, we still want to hold the course to be able to continue that growth, investment into growth where we need to as well. So we've got to be mindful of that balance. As much as we want to cut to save money and to save our community, I think we've also got to have that lens as well of looking beyond just year 1 and year 2 of the plan and think about what does year 3, 4, and 5 look like, particularly from an economic sense for our community as well. So that's just an observation.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That's the. Did you have the next slide? No, just says end of workshop. See you on the 29th.
We have already assumed the growth in the original number, unfortunately. We've tried everything, believe us.
So I'll now hand over to Blair. We've got a workshop on our forestry portfolio.
Unless anyone wants to lobby BNZ or
You deliver the good news, Blair. All right.
this is just trying to give a bit of a insight into the forest review and other associated aspects, particularly ETS and carbon trading at a very high level. So there's a review that's underway, it's still ongoing, so don't have all of the detail, so there's still work to do. But this will just start the conversation and hopefully give you a bit of insight to think about. Sorry, here's the clicker. So purpose is really just give you a view of the existing plantation and carbon position at HDC, understanding appetite for developing plantations, carbon as revenue or offset options, potential strategy and opportunities to optimise the space. It's an OC, do will be later, work to do. What are we asking? Again, a high level understanding of the current asset and approach, provide direction around doing more or doing less. Should the forward focus be on deriving revenue through plantation forestry or carbon growth or both or neither? And consider what parameters may direct growth if this portfolio is deemed to be clear strategy at council. So, I mean, we have some trees out there on some land that's not well managed. It was in both the mixture of infrastructure and parks and property and other. We've sold some in the past, we've kept some credits. So there's quite a bit going on, there's still quite a bit to unpick, but this is just really the start of it and giving you some insight. So what's actually out there, potentially hypothetical production, is some radiata, which is pretty typical. Some is planted in reserve areas like target reserve, some in and around things like the landfill and waste treatment sites, as you would have seen. Some of that's well managed, some of it's not so much. There's other exotic plantings around the place as well, obviously roadside, cemetery areas and other reserves potentially. Doesn't appear to be any overarching strategic direction for the assets. And like I say, some of it's in being managed in a good to a not so good state. Assets between the two divisions, as we talked about. There's a review underway. I won't go into any wild detail, so there's quite a bit to do. The sort of starting position that I'm talking from is only half done, so it's half a draft at the moment. But there's quite a bit just to do in terms of what is on the list, how much of the land is actually planted, what are the options, which ones have got carbon credits taken against them already, which haven't. What's ready to harvest, what's not, what's the cost, and where does it all fit. So there's quite a bit of work still to do. This is sort of a summary at this stage in terms of what's out there, put together by some people that are looking at the assets. So you see some bigger sites there, which would have some value. I've sort of circled others, which I think under 5 hectares you probably wouldn't get your skin around to go and bother about it. Over 1 hectare we can actually potentially bank and get carbon credits on, so I'm not sure about something like Waipu Reserve, if we could put that in the scheme or not. I need to investigate that stuff given it's already established. So there's still a few questions to answer around what can and what can't go into the trading scheme if that's the direction we choose. From a value indication, we currently have a balance of about 13,500 NZUs at circa $70 each. So, on the lighter upside burning, there is potentially sort of at today's rate about near on $1 million potentially that could be sold as an option. Otherwise retained or used to offset landfill or other. So there's some upside potentially. One hectare can be registered, as I indicated, and then there's sort of a collection from anything to sort of 0 to 50 years. They do it on an average basis, just because obviously the price accrues over time. It's probably a bit hard to see those numbers, but in general terms, radiata is probably the best performer. Douglas fir has quite a high density, that's a higher bar on the left side, but also over a longer time period. Natives in there, so indigenous native species is still an option as well, but probably in real rough terms from an emissions perspective, it's cost to establish is probably about the same as the revenue generated from having it in the trading scheme. Indicative costings for if you went down the production path, primarily radiata, you could do other species, but roughly currently today you're probably looking at about $70,000 a hectare at harvest, which is a combination of your trading plus your harvest value. So the trading credits you can only take once, and we've already taken some. So once I get more detail on where our credits sit, there may be scenarios where we've already taken a bunch of credits for target reserve, and so if we cut it down and harvest that volume, then we're pretty much obliged to replant it or pick up a bill of sorts. So there is a bit of a catch in there if you get in the trading path. We also have a bunch of land that we lease out for farming. I haven't got that list yet, but I'll get that list. Sort of identified loosely some properties outside of, in the wider property portfolio that could have some benefit of planting. And really it's just trying to collate, a bigger view to bring back to the table and say, hey, here's some potential opportunities. But I think there's probably 40 hectares of target reserve planted, and on the list that's about 130 hectares. Some of that's golf course probably, so we want to plant that, but there may be other opportunity to go and plant things like Poes Road. I sort of was just testing Daniel out, but there's going to be potentially some water there taking up a bit of that land, but then there's some other land that has the option for replanting, and that could go down different paths like Manuka for honey or something type scenario. So there are options, but I guess if we've got redundant land sitting not doing much, I guess the question I'm sort of saying is, do we want to go out and start planting some stuff? I mean, that creates opportunity in terms of jobs and revenue and other scenarios as well. We'd have to do the math, but I think the opportunity exists. So I just wrap this up, and since everyone's cut my time, we'll just rattle through this, but this is a one-pager. I'll hand it out. The task here is essentially just tick the box. Oh, Malik's going to hand it out for me. Thanks for that.
Liam would like bonus points for creating an interactive workshop. So.
Yeah. Let's take a leaf out of David's book.
Not everyone
So this is really just to give me a steer in terms of what direction you have interest in. So, you can follow those lines. I mean, you could say we want to add more, like we want to plant more of target reserve, for example. We want to go commercial. We want to do it in exotic species, and we want to prune it and go for a high cost, high value model. So you could tick across the top there. Or you could say actually you want to do more, let's plant the lower reaches of Poes Road in Manuka and let's go for honey. Or you could say, well, actually, maybe our focus around our assets should be around becoming carbon neutral as a council. So do we just plant to the extent that we can become neutral? Not that I know what our neutrality position is or number is. And then there's obviously other. So if you think, let's not do anything and just mow them all down and give the credits back and sell the land or something, I mean, that's another option. I guess you can tick all of them if you like. Or if you have a sort of specific direction that you like to go in, manage existing, focus on recreational, might as well put it in the scheme and get the credits because it's going nowhere otherwise. Tick those ones. Sorry, Pity.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions regarding other, I guess, and you've mentioned sale of. In the scheme of forestry in our district, how much is there and what percentage does ours make up of it? So, I don't know, if all the forestry blocks in our district equals X amount of hectares and ours is X hectares, it's only this much, we're a small player. At least that was my understanding. And it's a consideration because my first year on council, they sold, and I say they because I wasn't party till even though I was on the council, Cypress Hills. Does anyone remember it? Cyrus. Oh, that's my son's name. Cyrus. So, and at least what I understood of it is we don't have a lot of forestry. We don't want to necessarily, it's kind of, and that's why they sold it. So I guess I'm asking, was that really the rationale? I'm just checking, and moving forward, I just want to understand when we're ticking or choosing what each one means, because you've obviously skimmed through that really fast, and I like the greatest return is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I guess if you go back to the starting point, I guess, yeah, you're right, there was a sale of that forest. It's quite substantial. That's where a number of the credits come from. I don't know specifically what percentage we are in the district. I mean, Monique gave me this one because I did do a forestry degree. That's where I started. So I've done about 10 years of Fletcher Challenge years ago. It's not high like our forested area comparative to the lower North Island wouldn't be high, and the lower North Island is not high anyway when you look at the central North Island and the forests that are there. So it would be a very low percentage. I guess there's a left field scenario where you say, well, actually, it's something we really want to focus on commercially, and we go and look for more land and plant it. You might want to do that for the benefit of generating carbon credits to offset our own business. It may be that you're doing it to try and generate revenue. Or the other one, I guess, is whether it's our existing land and it's sitting there redundant. So, if I was going to be contentious, I guess you could say like the land that we've got sitting there for potential effluent runoff in Tukumatu, for example, is sitting there probably not doing much at the moment, waiting. There's a scenario you could plant that, run effluent between the trees anyway, because that could happen. Put it in the scheme and generate another revenue stream. Or you could sit there leaving it as grass and leasing it to a farmer and waiting until we decide what we're going to do in that space. So there's a multitude of options, I guess, through this. So do we want to look at alternative utilisation for land that we've got that might fit with us? Like I say, lower reaches of Poes Road, you may choose that, we want to go back to native, but, that could mean planting it all in Manuka and getting some hives out there and taking a different angle. What do we do with current? Do we just continue managing existing and try and do a good job of that? Do we exit some of the existing because it's not our core business? Or do we add more, I guess? And then what does it look like?
Like if superficially, if I could easily pick, I like that. But reality is, like, for some of these to be done really well, you've got to invest in it, especially when you go to the other end of beehives and all the rest of it. So how much do we want to spend based on what we would get in return? I just, without weighing that up, I can't really tick a box without that understanding, I guess. So I will participate, but that's not a firm tick without the other information.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I'm just trying to frame it. So those, on the right hand side, that's sort of your returns, I guess, from if you said loosely, that was your returns from a carbon and a revenue perspective. Best thing to plant is probably radiata if you're going to do it, and not so much as native, but there may also be land that we currently own that you would prefer to see in native. it's probably break even, but at least we could break even through the trading scheme and have it benefit the business elsewhere, in terms of an offset.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying, for me, it's about where the best return is across all those options, probably. But I do like the target reserve as an example, where you've got a big forest there that's doing its thing, and you've also got the opportunity for good recreational use for that, and part of that, and for a community. So for me, it's a win-win. So I guess it's across all those things in some ways, but it's really what the best return is to the organisation and the community. So it doesn't help that much, but and it could be a mixture of those things, couldn't it? But I also like the idea you mentioned about like the Tokomaru, without going too much detail. Why wouldn't we plant it in pine and then irrigate on it if we need to?
Thanks, Blair. I filled in your paper, crossed out, ticked, wrote, scribbled. Probably get no sense out of it, but it's probably for me. It's probably trying to understand what best use of the assets are for council. I'm definitely not interested in selling. I think anyone that thinks about selling land now is just nuts. And I don't understand enough of the carbon tax credit thing to understand the difference between planting natives, planting pine, planting what's the other one? Exotics. Is there a different in the different? You don't need to answer me, but just feel like it's like the lost basket.
Primary difference, as you'll know, is natives are a lot slower growing, and so they're not sucking carbon as quickly as radiata. Radiata is about the fastest growing sort of tree species out there, which is why they use it for production forestry. But the wood quality is not flash. You'd rather have a decent remover than an old radiata, but it's going to take a lot longer to grow too. So, and that's pretty much reflected on that growth there, Justin, where there's still revenue to be generated from native, but it's probably $1,000 a hectare a year once you plant it. The cost of planting is high because the tree stock's higher as well to buy. So it's probably break even, but it gives you better amenity and better, back to where we come from, from a reserve perspective potentially. Radiata, like I say, is more production, but you're going to end up with radiata, nothing underneath, and a decent return. But yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to hit. I guess is did we want to not sell land and just optimise what we can out of it? If we're going to optimise it, obviously you need to know where it is, because you're probably not going to worry about planting natives in the hills, but you might down at the coast, where there's more amenity value. So it's just trying to get a feel of what you like or dislike off this drawing, really.
Lee, I was just wondering, do you think we'd reap any revenue from harvesting the Oxford Street plane trees? I've written, I'm opposite to Justin. I'm sell the credits, sell unutilized land, reduce the debt, save interest. Because even if we sold those current credits at $1 million, we're paying $50,000. Like we're reducing our debt by $1 million, and that's $50,000 in interest saved every year. Plus the unutilized land, reduce our debt. That's our issue at the moment, is debt and our debt ceiling. So I'm just explaining my comments on my piece of paper.
Cool.
yeah, and plane trees are arguably about the best firewood you can get, I think. So.
There's a saying that, and maybe this could be looked at as a legacy issue as well, but a man who plants a tree knowing he will never sit in its shade has at least begun to understand the meaning of life.
Beautiful way to end the workshop, Mike. So next steps from here is that we'll take your feedback to start framing up what whether it be a policy or a strategy, like a strategic response to our forestry portfolio. But it's not the end of the conversation; it's just the start.
No, there's much more work to do. So
we'll break for dinner. And dinner is ready. If we will commence again at just before 6 p.m. and just reminding the